For Lakeshore Game Night, the most comprehensive coverage of high school football in the region.
One for the money, two for the show. Get on the bus. Let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Bring it in, bring it in.
All right, let's bring it in.
Everybody out.
On your feet. Let's go, let's go.
Lakeshore correspondents covering every stadium, on every field, for every game.
Play the game.
Control the outcome.
Also, interviews and insight from Northwest Indiana sports writers and broadcasters.
Move forward, starting right now.
You better start right now.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
This is a team.
As a team.
We start becoming a team right now.
And now, the Lakeshore broadcast team.
Let's go.
Let's go right now.
Let's go right now.
All right, let's show them what we got, guys.
We are live for Week 6 of Northwest Indiana football. This is Game Night. Tonight, the weather may be a bit cooler, but the action is heating up all around the region as some of the area's best teams go head-to-head. My name is Ben Kolzinski, bringing you all of tonight's action. I'm joined today by Andrew Johnson manning the switches. Steve Schmidt will join us shortly for scoreboard updates. And as always, I am joined by the man himself, the coach Wayne Svetnoff. Coach, it is a perfect fall night for football.
Oh, it certainly is, and I'll tell you, as I was driving in, I had the windows down in the car, and I was just thinking, wow, this is perfect football night. It's Week 6, which is important.
Right.
You know, we've got a lot of good matchups that we get to talk about this week, but I'm excited. I'm really excited about the games this week.
So am I. I think that we have quite a few really exciting games this week, but also there's something about that crisp, cool air that just gets you in the mood for some good football action. I really love it, and I'm a fall guy. I like the crunchy leaves, the cool weather, and some hard-hitting football. So a lot to look forward here tonight.
Yeah, and like you said, we've got good games all over the area, and we'll talk about all those games. But I think that as I look at the schedule, there's a lot of balance. You know, we may not see that many blowouts.
Right.
In the first part of the season, we've seen a number of teams really put a number of points on the board. I think that games are going to start to tighten up a little bit. I think that you're going to see defense starting to take over a little bit. And that's kind of exciting. You know, keep the people in the stands.
I agree, and some of these games being a little bit closer is always a good thing. I'll tell you this much. As the season progresses, your defense starts to kind of get that momentum behind them. Their reads become better. Their pursuit angles become better. And some of these seniors are starting to realize, hey, I only got a handful of games left. I'm playing with a passion.
Yeah, and that's, I think, really the key. And it doesn't matter right now what your record is. It's only Week 6. You can turn this thing around. We've had teams do that.
Right.
I can remember in the past where Lowell, was down 0-3, start of the season. They come back and win the sectional. So, I mean, things like that can happen.
Football is a mercurial sport sometimes, and every time that you are improving from week to week to week to week, and you want to be playing your best football at the end of the year. So as that improvement continues, a lot of these teams are really starting to reach their form, and that leads to a lot of good games to kick off Week 6.
And I really think that as we go along, we're going to see some improvements for some teams. I think that, certainly there's 3 teams maybe in the area that we can point to, maybe 4, that really have got out fast, in the season. They've really started well, but we kind of expected them to do that. The things that I'd like to see is the teams in the middle, people that, like a Calumet.
Sure.
Who knew that at this point Calumet would be undefeated?
Right.
That's just a great way to look at things. I think that coaches right now know their teams. They know what they want from their people. They know the depth that they have. And that, I think, really plays into how well their teams will play down towards the sectional.
Sure, and there's been a lot of exciting teams that we weren't really expecting. There's been some teams that we were expecting to be really good, and it's definitely a circumstance where here we are. Now some of these good teams are going face-to-face. So let's start off with the Duneland and go over some of our games, shall we?
Yep.
We're going to start off with the real big one right here on top of our list. Our game of the week, it is Crown Point at Valparaiso.
when I look at this game, and I looked at it all week, and my thoughts was, okay, you've got a Crown Point team that is 5-0 right now. They've got a tremendous offense led by J.J. Johnson.
Right.
They've got a excellent defense, and they know how to play bully ball. They know how to jam that football down people's throats. But then on the opposite end, you got Valparaiso, younger team, maybe not an established quarterback, but Justin Clark has stepped up.
Right.
He's getting better every game. Now, at the beginning of the year, I thought Clark didn't throw the ball enough. Now he's starting to throw it. He's a great runner.
Right.
But he did not throw it enough in the beginning. He's starting to do that. I look at this game as Crown Point playing a Penn type situation, or maybe it's the reverse. Valpo playing a Penn type situation. How well will Valpo react to that?
It's going to be really interesting. As we're aware, for the Valparaiso Vikings, they lost 44 seniors from last year, a season that was cut short here in the regionals in heartbreaking fashion. But with that, there was a lot of experience that was returning, although not a lot of starters. But now, like we've said, we're in week 6. We're the midway point, maybe even past the midway point, depending on how many games we're playing here. And we're in a situation where these players are now they know what they're doing. They're familiar with the offense. They're familiar with the defense, and they're now doing what they've been training for the entire summer. The key to this game for me is how is the strong line play of Crown Point's offense and defense going to match up with a relatively young, inexperienced, but now improving offensive line and defensive line for Valparaiso. It's going to be really interesting to see that dynamic, and you know me, Coach, I really like my line play. That is what I played when I was in high school, and I think at this level it's won and lost on the lines.
I totally agree. If we move on here, we got Maryville is traveling to LaPorte. This is going to be a good game. When you look at this on paper, people say, well, Maryville has so much athleticism. They have, such good programs and feeder systems and stuff. And you say they're just going to, run over LaPorte. I'm not sure that that's going to happen. Now, they're going to score some points.
Yeah.
And I really think that you got to give credit to Coach Cease in what he's done with that athleticism.
Sure.
I can verify that it's not always easy to coach a lot of really athletic players when their agenda maybe is not what your agenda is.
Sure.
And Cease has brought them together as a team, and I really like the way they play.
Coach Cease is a good coach. I think it's pretty obvious, and you can see it in the success rate that he's had over the last few years. Obviously, talent is going to be probably the main aspect of what is going to create an interesting and successful team, but talent that's well coached, that's even more dangerous, because now all of a sudden you've got all these athletes out there. They're running around, they can jump, they can pass, they can catch, they can tackle, they can hit, and the coach has them all pulling in the right direction. That's really an impressive thing. So I think Maryville is starting to find themselves after that Crown Point loss a couple weeks ago. They're starting to look really sharp.
And let's not overlook LaPorte. Coach James over there
right
got a victory last week, I believe it was, or week before.
The week before, right.
Okay. And, they lost their quarterback, that A.J. Angle, and I'm not sure if he's back this week or not. And he was a big factor for LaPorte.
Sure.
So, but it's at LaPorte, and that's never an easy place to play.
No, LaPorte is a passionate fan base. The first DAC loss that I ever had was at LaPorte. It was my senior year, and those fans came out vicious, and they rattled our quarterback. They rattled our team, and we know that there's passion out there in LaPorte. Those slicers can really bring it. Will it be enough to overtake the heavy influence of the Maryville talent? That remains to be seen, but I'll tell you this much: they're going to give all their passion and all their fight, and give the LaPorte Slicers an opportunity to at least fight at this one.
All right. Lake Central travels out to Michigan City, and City has talent. Coach Mason out there has done a great job with that program. Right. They're a little they struggle a little bit this year. And but they've played the top echelon of the conference already. Sure. Lake Central then travels there. Coach Good is starting to bring it around their program. I think this is going to be a really balanced game between Lake Central's ability to run the ball with Xavier Williams and Michigan City's athleticism in the backfield. Jalen Hart had a nice game last week, and certainly if Tyler Bush can get going here, I like this game.
Sure, and I agree with you. I think this could be a pretty exciting circumstance here. This game is actually shrouded under a little bit of controversy. For those of you who are listening here and didn't understand or didn't hear, there was a police pursuit down the streets of Michigan City yesterday, late this morning, early this morning, I believe. I'm not sure exactly.
I thought it was like 8 p.m. last night.
Okay, and so it's a circumstance where this car was driven off the road and actually crashed through the brick facade and outside barriers of Ames Field, one of the most beautiful stadiums in Northwest Indiana. Luckily, the grounds crew, got to give them credit, they made it so that the field surface was safe to play on, but the visiting fans are going to share the home side of that, so that could end up being a pretty raucous atmosphere there.
If you're driving there from Lake Central, and we just want to warn you that there is no visiting side today.
Right.
So just be, conscious of that. You'll probably be put on the Michigan City side somewhere.
Right.
And I don't know how this will affect the parking, but you probably need to get there and, get this all settled before you try to get into the stadium.
From what I understand, they're going to divide the area on the home side, and just kind of have this is the Lake Central side, this is the Michigan City side. So it's going to be interesting. A lot of good matchups there. And real quick, we're going to have to move on to Portage versus Chesterton. Just real quick, what do you think about this game, Wayne?
I think this is going to be a game where, Chesterton has kind of dominated lately against Portage, but I think Portage has some potential to be destructive here, except that they are at Chesterton.
Right.
That's a help for Chesterton. And this Stefan Boswell, he can pass the ball, and he's got the great receivers. Garrett Lewis just had a wonderful game last week. This is going to be a balanced one.
I think so as well. And before we break down the other games here, we're going to move on to the Northwest Crossroads. But speaking of the Northwest Crossroads, we've got Chuck DeMoss on the field at Kankakee versus Lowell. Chuck, what's going on out there?
Hey guys, how are we doing tonight?
No, doing well. How are you?
Doing great. The crowd's piling in here, for a cool, crisp night tonight. It's going to be a little different feel in the air tonight.
Sure.
It's going to be a little slicker. The ball's going to be a little slicker. So I think taking care of the ball is going to be very important tonight for both teams.
I like the way that, Coach Kennedy is starting to, influence his team. Kankakee Valley is 4-1 on the season, and this would be a huge feather in Kankakee's, belt or hat or whatever, if they could get a win at the Inferno.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's a homecoming for Kurt, coming back to Lowell, he coached for many years and won a state title here. I'm sure there's a little excitement in the air here for all that going on here tonight, for sure. But, Lowell has dominated this series over the years, guys. Their last 28 games, Lowell's won 26 of them. No make no mistake about it. Lowell has been the better team over the years. They dominated them last year, 49-7. But that was last year. This is this year. Kirk Kennedy's the new coach, and you're right. They've got a new style. They run the ball about 90% of the time. And tonight, I think, taking care of the ball is going to be a big issue. And I don't think the big plays are going to be a big issue tonight like they were last week for KV. They can't rely on that every week to get their scoring done. They're going to have to put together some drives against a good Lowell defense.
Chuck, do you think the return of Kennedy is going to give Lowell any extra motivation this week?
Oh, absolutely. Wouldn't you think so? Wouldn't you want to go against your old coach and beat him down? So, yeah, I think that's going to have a big influence tonight.
I really think that Kankakee Valley has to be, and they are. I know they're conscious of Lowell's quarterback, Bank, and he is just a real huge. He's about 6'1". He looks a lot more like a fullback than he does a quarterback, but he can throw the ball, and that's the one thing that KV has to understand is you can stack the line and maybe contain Bank. But if he is able to drop the ball over the top, they're going to get burned.
Yeah, he's throwing like 10 times a game, and he's running probably 20 times a game. So he is definitely an offensive threat. And I don't know, KV, as they're hurting on their running back. Logan Parks did get hurt last week and didn't play at all in that second half. So they may be hurting, for a little running game tonight themselves.
Well, this is going to be a fast game,
right?
Chuck.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So you may be out there and still home for dinner.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. Yeah.
So
I know both teams are going to run it for sure. KV only throwing maybe 5 times a game and Lowell 10. So, yeah, it'll be a quick game tonight.
Yeah, more than likely, Chuck. And, hey, how about this? If Kankakee Valley ends up taking a victory here, if you could try to get Coach Kennedy on air, it'd be appreciated.
I can sure do that, guys. I'll be looking forward to doing that.
All right, Chuck, we're looking forward to hearing from you.
I'm also going to give some updates on West Central and South Newton tonight, too.
Oh, perfect.
That's what I was just going to ask. Yes. All right, good.
The man of many talents, Superman. Thank you, Chuck.
All right, talk to you soon, guys.
Thank you. So that's going to be a good one, Coach. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and then we're going to talk more some of these updates and some of these matchups here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Huasu plunged into college, Berkeley, in the 1990s, secure and only knew about popular culture and politics. Then he learned about friendship.
We need people to complicate and challenge us as much as we need people around us that complete us in obvious ways.
The New Yorker writer discusses his memoir, Stay True, on the Weekend Edition Saturday from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
For decades, HBO has meant TV that pushes the envelope.
They were the original Netflix. They were a disruptor in this space, willing to sort of come in at a time when prestige and television were not synonymous.
But now that HBO's parent company has merged with Discovery, that might be changing. How HBO transformed television and what the future of prestige TV might look like. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Does the color, the taste, the smell of peeling and eating an orange, does it hit differently depending on where you stand? Either outside a prison cell or in one. On the next Snap Judgment, the 5 senses. Snap Judgment, storytelling with a beat. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Welcome back to Game Night, and right off the bat here, I want to thank Lighthouse Whole Food Grill for taking care of the Game Night crew this evening, and I mean taking care
goodness. Oh, so good.
of the crew. Looking for a healthy fast food option that is packed with flavor? Check out Lighthouse Whole Food Grill in Hobart. Lighthouse offers salads, wraps, bowls, tacos, quesadillas, fettuccine alfredo, all these types of bowls. And I'm telling you, it is great food. You can visit Lighthouse Whole Food Grill at 1403 South Lake Park Avenue in Hobart. And if you don't know where that is, it's right in the mall area, South Lake Mall, right there. Easy to get to. The food is outstanding. And you'll definitely, take it from me, you'll definitely love it.
You'll love this food. It blew me away. It was, there's kind of some strange, there's rice in there, there's vegetables, there's sauces, there's meat, my goodness, this really blew me away. Excellent food. Thank you so much from Lighthouse Whole Food Grill. I also want to thank NIPSCO to keep the lights on for us. They've been a big partner of us since we started here on 89.1 FM Lakeshore and Lakeshore Public Broadcasting in general. They've been a big supporter of us. I want to say thank you for everything that they do for us. And another person that does a lot for us is Reed Amons, who's going to be covering the Crown Point and Valpo game today. Reed, how's it going?
It's going great. Just got out here to Viking Field in Valparaiso. It's homecoming night for the Vikings, so a lot of festivities out, a lot of tailgating, a lot of kids, Valpo students, parents out here already filling the parking lots and getting ready for a nice night of football as Valparaiso takes on Crown Point tonight.
Reed, what do you look for right now in this game? We kind of talked about it a little bit, but what is your perception of these two teams and maybe even who has the advantage?
Yeah, I think certainly Crown Point's in a pretty good spot right now. They're playing very well offensively and defensively. They've had some challenging games to this point, so that they're kind of battle tested for sure. Valparaiso. Similarly, they open with 10 and play a pretty good schedule at the beginning part of the year. I think my understanding is that Travis Davis, running back for the Vikings, will be out for the next couple of weeks with a leg injury of some sort. So that certainly is going to be a big hurdle for the Vikings to overcome. As far as I know, Crown Point's very healthy at this point in the season, and really, I think for Valparaiso to have a really strong chance, they've got to keep the score under 20. It's got to be 17-14, 10-13 kind of game for Valparaiso to have a good chance. If Crown Point's able to put points on the board, 40, 45 points like they did against Maryville or one of those teams that we've seen them do, I think it's going to be tough for Valparaiso tonight. I think the Vikings could be challenged to score a lot of points, but I think if they can get 17 or 20 points on the board tonight offensively, that would put them in position if their defense can keep Crown Point down. And we know that Crown Point, like you guys called it, they like to play bully ball where they're just going to run it right at you and say, we think we're bigger and stronger and tougher than you. See if you can stop us. So I would not put it past Valparaiso to be able to come up with a good defensive scheme. They have some great defensive-minded coaches on that side. Certainly Coach Marshall does a great job with his defensive scheme. So if I think just about anyone can do it in the conference, I would think Valparaiso's got just as good a shot as anyone to slow down the Bulldogs tonight.
Now, Reed, to keep a low-scoring game, you got to play some really good defense. And Valpo's defense has improved to this point. They're really known for a lot of speed on their defense. Do you think that their speed can overcome the power of Crown Point's offense?
Yeah, that's going to be a tough challenge. I think that a couple weeks ago we would have said that Maryville had the team speed to maybe give Crown Point some fits, and Crown Point scored a ton of points on them. But again, the one thing that you can never predict in a high school football game is turnovers.
Right.
So if Valparaiso can, get a couple turnovers, that can, especially early, that could turn the tide. And like you said, certainly keeping Crown Point off the board, you have to play good defense. But if they can control the ball offensively and keep the Crown Point offense on the sideline and keep the Crown Point defense out on the field, that's going to be another big factor. If Justin Clark can effectively run the ball from that quarterback position, or if Ian Wilson gets out there and he can convert some first downs with his arm, and then the running back will be Berta tonight, an underclassman. If he can, you get 3, 4, 5 yards at a time and keep that clock running. That's really what Valpo is going to be looking for. Time of possession offensively, slow down that Crown Point offense, and try to give themselves a chance at the end.
Reed, what do you think for this game? What's your gut telling you?
No one's been able to slow down Crown Point to this point in the season. So I think coming in, they're going to be the favorites. But Valpo's coaching staff is. I was thinking about this earlier too. just think how blessed we are in Northwest Indiana with all these great coaches that we have. The Duneland, I would say, they're 8 strong. You were just talking about how Lake Central's on the, they're on the right path. They're going the right direction. Chesterton, Portage, Michigan City, certainly Maryville. You talked about Coach Cease and certainly Valparaiso and all these schools, Crown Point, Coach Bazia, and the wealth of knowledge that he has. These guys are just dueling it week in and week out. And having spent some time with Coach Bazia early in my career and when he was in Portage, he doesn't like anything more than to give Valparaiso fits.
Right.
He finds it, personally rewarding to challenge Valparaiso and to play them and challenge them because he knows they'll be well coached. He knows the kids will play hard, and that's a quality win each and every time you do it. So he's going to be doing everything he can tonight. I think Coach Marshall will have his crew ready to play tonight. It should be a great game, and there's going to be a lot of people pulling for Valparaiso tonight just because it gives all the other teams an opportunity. Right now Maryville's and Coach Cease, they're looking at. We don't have a chance to win the conference if someone doesn't knock off Crown Point because they already lost to them. So they're pulling for the Vikings. If Valparaiso wants a chance to win the conference, certainly they need to win tonight. So, Crown Point can take that. It's us against everybody else mentality too, because right now everyone else is against Crown Point as far as who the rooting interests are. So they're on the road tonight. It's going to be a festive homecoming crowd. And, it's a little us versus the world tonight for them, too. So I'm looking forward to a really good game. I think that the turnover battle and what Valparaiso can do offensively if they can, control the ball and slow down Crown Point's offense and keep that score, fairly low. I think that will be a determining factor. I should know more maybe halfway through that second quarter, end of the first quarter, to see how the teams feel themselves out here early on. But it really is going to be a great battle between some really quality programs.
All right, Dr. Reed, thanks for the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you. That should be a good one.
Sounds great, guys. Talk to you soon.
And speaking of a good one, we've got another good one here waiting online. We've got Gary Graben with some of his insight on some of these games. Gary, how are you this evening?
How are you guys doing, man? What a night. How rare it is to have 3 games of this caliber on a normal average week during the season.
Absolutely. We've got Crown Point, Maryville, we've got KV and Lowell, and we've got what was another one here that we have? Andran and Hobart.
Andran and Hobart, actually, and even though our guy Jason Hill is on his way out there, I think we might want to talk about that one a little bit here because I've seen these teams and they both bring a lot to the table.
What do you see in this game, Gary?
Well, one of the things, first of all, Reed made a great point about the coaching. You guys have been talking about it. This is sort of the next level of coaching 2.0 here with Chris Skinner and Craig Osika. Younger coaches who are bringing a little different vibe to their programs. We know Coach Skinner is definitely an outside-the-box thinker. Coach Osika, who bleeds the purple and gold for Hobart. These are the coaches of the future here that will have the mantle, hopefully, for decades to come here in Northwest Indiana. For Hobart, we saw last week against Lowell that they were able to do a lot of dominance on the field, but not put Lowell away. And it ended up being a game that came down to a 4th down play for Lowell inside the Hobart 20 with a chance to tie the game. Lowell did not convert. Hobart escaped with the win. But the mistakes, the plays called back, the bad snaps, penalties, this is where Hobart needs to take the next step. They are a team with a very high ceiling, and they just haven't quite been playing at that level this year. Trey Gibson was out last week. William Shearer filled in for him admirably with more than 120 yards. We'll have to see once this game rolls if Trey is out there, because obviously without him, this is a difficult situation for the Brickies tonight. It is at Hobart, but again, Andran usually seems to find a way to handle Hobart in a lot of these situations, in spite of the fact that Andran's still playing with their backup quarterback, Billy Henry. He has really come on each week here. He is being worked in with more offense, more decision-making on his shoulders. And again, there's this guy named Drake Bowen who happens to be there and the best player in Northwest Indiana.
Right.
So when you couple a lot of injuries for Andran, but some key players that are powerhouse players versus a Hobart team that is still not quite to their apex of their season, it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out tonight in Hobart.
You know, Gary, I like the two quarterbacks for both teams. Hobart's Ehrlich, last year was a freshman. He came on, and people were surprised, I know I was, how well he played for Hobart as a freshman. This year, I thought he didn't start the same way. I thought that he now, the last couple of games, and certainly against Lowell, he played much better. And then you look at the other side, Andrean was counting on Robbie Ballantyne to be their quarterback. He had a sensational season last year, but he got injured. Billy Henry has stepped up, and, nobody knew about him. And last week, he had 3 touchdowns. He's really, really stepped up. This is going to be a good game. It might come down to which quarterback can actually influence the game better.
Well, and again, I would agree with that. I would also include the mistake factor. This is another one of those games. So many of these games of high-caliber teams can really turn on a mistake, whether it be a turnover or penalties that are caused. I think that's going to be a key here as we go. These quarterbacks, we know that when Billy Henry had his first start in week 2, it was at home, but it was as tough a home game as I've ever seen a first-time starter step into, because that Crown Point crowd was immense at Father Eckerd Field, and it felt like a Crown Point home game when I was there. So this is another hostile environment here for Billy Henry, but he has been really stepping into this role, and you have to give him credit and the coaching staff credit for actually working him in, adding more each week. When I talked with Coach Skinner a couple weeks ago at East Chicago, it was just building the season. You just don't throw the whole playbook out there and say, okay, we're running everything this week. And that's why Andrean is a dangerous team as he gets more comfortable and the playbook keeps getting bigger and bigger as the season goes on. As we talked about on the Hobart side with Ehrlich, everything is there. It's just the execution and the clean execution of what needs to happen for Hobart to be a potential sectional championship team.
You also are covering Portage at Chesterton. What do you see for this particular game?
Well, again, these are two teams that are obviously having some disappointment this year. For Chesterton, you mentioned Sebastian Boswell earlier. He and Garrett Lewis are actually very impressive players, but Chesterton is having some trouble fourth quarters, end of games, losing games at the buzzer. I think these are, for Chesterton, really the potential success for the rest of their season is riding tonight. They know this is a game they should win. Portage has a win in week 1 against Morton, and we know Morton is very down, and Portage has not won since week 1. So I think, again, for Chesterton, on their home field tonight, this is a game they need to come out. They need to score first, because I'm telling you, the fragile psyche of a team that should be performing better, if they fall behind here to the underdog, I think this could be a difficult night. But I expect Chesterton to play well tonight, and I think we're going to hear the name Garrett Lewis a lot tonight. The junior has really been asserting himself. He's got good hands, but he's also a power runner. If people haven't seen his highlights, he's a junior. He's 6'1", up just under 200 pounds, tough runner. So, again, I would expect a dose of that early here to sort of send a message to Portage. But very important for Chesterton to get off to a good start, or else this could be a tangle all the way to the finish.
All right, Gary. So this was, the Chesterton and Portage game. Two teams that are trying to catch their feet, and then you have Andrean and Hobart, which are two of the higher-ranked teams here in Northwest Indiana. Would you mind hanging on, and we can go over the top 10 and Little 5 rankings here?
Again, I've been waiting 6 days, 23 hours, and 55 minutes for this.
Well, here we go, Coach. Why don't we kick it off with the Little 5?
All right, not to disappoint Gary here, let's go with the Little 5 first. We have, at surprise, at number 5, until the game last week, I had Boone Grove penciled in there until Wheeler made a beautiful kick, field goal, and won it at the end. Number 5 is the Wheeler Bobcats there at 2 and 3.
The Bearcats, right?
The Bearcats too. Both of those teams.
Both of them.
A lot of cats.
Number 4 is River Forest. They started 3-0. Now they've lost 2 in a row. So this week, I think right now they really need a win and they play Bishop Knoll. So we'll see. Number 3 is Knox. Coach Radke, 3-2. They've played pretty well this season. I really like number 2, West Central, 4-1. I think it's the influence of Chuck DeMoss for us on that team. I don't know. And then number 1, Coach Meeks again. Rensselaer is 3-2, top of the Little 5.
So there's been a little bit of mix-up here.
Little bit. People were moving around a little bit.
Some adjustments. Gary, what do you think about that Little 5?
Well, I'm trying to find a way to disagree with it, but I really can't. I'm really thinking hard, but no, I think Knox is one of those teams. We know that Knox, they lost to Judson, who obviously is a tremendous team. So I think Knox is one of those teams that might have an eye up into the Big Ten here, but. At this point in time, Wayne, C+. So good so far.
Okay,
that's good.
C+.
C's get degrees in Northwest Indiana here. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at the top 10.
Well, you just mentioned the top 10 movement here. At number 10, North Judson comes in.
Now hold on. I got to stop you right there.
Okay.
Ben, have you noticed that a few weeks ago I pointed out that Hanover was in the Little 5. The next week they were in the Big 10. Last week I mentioned North Judson. Now they're in the Big Ten. Have you noticed that?
Yes, and I've got my shirt. Gary is always wrong. It's
really? I'm sure you misspelled it.
Ooh, yes, yeah. You history teachers.
That's exactly right. 7 years ago.
Yeah. Number 9 is Hammond Central, 4-1. Jordan Woods is just tearing up the place.
He looks really good.
He is
really good.
He had 300 yards total. He had a punt return. He had a couple of touchdowns last week. I like them at number 9. I like Calumet at number 8. Now, Calumet is 5-0, and they've played well. Now, last week they struggled a little bit, but they are undefeated, and in most of their games, I think the other 4 games, they really dominated. Number 7 is Kankakee Valley, 4-1. They've got it. We've talked about it already. You've talked about it, or we've talked about it. Kankakee Valley at Lowell. It's a huge test for the Cougars. Number 6 is Hanover Central at 5-0. I know Gary has been promoting them throughout the season. They've moved up to number 6 above Calumet here, and they're 5-0. And they I'm not sure anybody's has a defense that's going to stop them. With Matt Coons back as a quarterback, and DiBartolo, Tony it is, moving to wide receiver. You got Kyle Hazley in the back. My God, Gannon, Howe, they are just so talented. But they're 6 behind number 5, Hobart. Hobart is 5 and Drain is 4. This is a huge game. You've talked about it, Gary. And right now, I still think Andrain has a little edge over the Brickies.
I'm with you on that. I do think Andrain's even having lost their starting quarterback, I think they're in a little bit better place right now than Hobart is in week 6.
And number 3 is Maryville. Number 2 is Valpo. Both of them are 4-1. Valpo has, a statement to make. If they want to move up the scale, they've got to go against the number 1 team in the area. Hands down, number 1, Crown Point at 5-0.
I don't think you can debate number 1 right now.
No. I think they are clearly, at this point in time, they have answered every challenge so far. And you can argue this is the last big challenge left in their regular season. Valpo turns around and plays Maryville next week. But for Crown Point, they've already played Maryville. This is, if they get through tonight, then I think they could be looking at the undefeated regular season.
They very well could be. They've been very impressive so far. The turnaround from last season, where they weren't particularly the greatest team in Northwest Indiana, but the good coaching, the off-season training, and the schemes, it seems like everything is clicking on all cylinders right now for the Bulldogs. That's really good considering where we're at in the DAC season.
I think I mentioned it a few weeks ago. Dr. Reed was just on with you guys, and when Crown Point hired Buzz as the coach, he had worked with Buzz. He knows what Buzz is all about, and he told me just give Crown Point a couple of years, and they're going to be competing every year for Duneland Conference championships. And he was not wrong, unlike the top 10.
Well, the top 10 was pretty close this time, so I think we're doing good, and only the games this week will flesh out, and maybe there'll be some more changes.
Hey, dare we actually, I'm not at one of the games of the Big Three tonight, so I feel more comfortable making a pick. Dare we make our pick on the Big Three games tonight?
Sure, why not? Let's start off with Kankakee Valley at Lowell. Gary, you start us off.
I think I'm going to take Lowell, even though I think there's a little more pressure on Lowell tonight. KV's playing with a little house money here. I think they are really going to be a little looser. And for Lowell, this is a game that, at least when the season started, they were probably counting as a win. So again, I think as long as Lowell gets off to a decent start, I'm going to go with Lowell tonight at home over KV.
I'm going to have to disagree with you. I'm going to have to go with Kankakee Valley. I think that they have got the momentum behind them. They had a rocky first week, but since then they've been rolling. I think that Kennedy comes back and has a nice homecoming for himself. Wayne, what do you think?
I look at this one, and Lowell has the quarterback. You've got Bank, and he is money in the bank for them. I'm telling you right now.
Well, I'm begging you. Wayne.
But just because Gary took Lowell, I'm going with Kankakee Valley.
Wow, picking out of spite. There would have been so many red check wins if you actually had picked that way over the years.
All right. Well, we've got another good one here. We've got Andrean at Hobart, the big rivalry game that spanned generations. I think this is going to be an interesting one. Gary, what do you think?
I'm taking the 59ers. Again, I think I know Hobart's going to keep getting better as the season goes on, but I just think Andrean may have their number here tonight.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you here. Andrean is coming off of a state title game, and we always reiterate that. I believe that they have played some hard competition earlier in the season. I think they're getting their feet underneath them. I'm going to have to go with the 59ers as well.
Well, sorry, I can't do that. I think Hobart at home is motivated. Hobart doesn't care about last year's state championship. It's a new team here, and I really think if Hobart defensively can get some pressure on Henry, I don't think that Drake Bowen can do it all alone. So I'm going with the underdog here, Hobart Bricky.
All right, he's going for some Bricky Bowl magic here. That's really that's a bold statement there. That'd be interesting to see how that one turns out. So, what do you think about that pick, Gary?
I think that Wayne must have had a little too much baklava before the show.
All right. So speaking of another good game here, we've got the game of the week. This is Crown Point at Valparaiso. Crown Point, our number 1 team. Valparaiso, our number 2 team. Gary, what do you think about this matchup?
Well, again, I think you can find a path on how Valpo can win tonight. But I think there are more paths for Crown Point to win tonight. So I'm going with Crown Point until somebody can prove something different.
Well, as your resident Valparaiso Viking here, the alumni sitting here behind a microphone, I am going to have to say this. I am Valpo fan. I'm a Valpo guy through and through. I have seen this Crown Point team, and they are just too good. I'm going to have to go with Crown Point tonight.
Well, unfortunately, begrudgingly, I'm going to have to go with Crown Point tonight. They are just too loaded. Their defense is outstanding, and JJ is the real Johnson. He's going to have a big night.
All right, so to recap, I have KV, I have Andrean, and I have Crown Point. So, Gary, who did you have?
I had whoever the three winners are.
You got it. And of course, Coach had, which ones did you have here?
I had KV, I had Hobart was my upset special, and I had Crown Point.
All right.
And Gary,
by the way, not to undermine my own pick of Lowell, but Lowell unfortunately did have a couple of players go down with some pretty serious injuries last week too. So again, as we've seen Andrean have to overcome, Lowell has now lost a number of players this year. We're not sure for how long, but definitely players going out of games and not coming back. So even though I picked Lowell there, I'm a little have to be honest about the number of injuries that this 59er team has suffered.
Yeah, we hope...
not 59er, Red Devil.
Red Devils, right. We hope they're doing all right. It'll be interesting to see. Some of them may be returning, some of them may not be. But, Gary, we appreciate your updates. We're looking forward to hearing more from you. And is there anything else you want to add before we let you go until the game start?
What's the location of this restaurant that you guys keep talking about?
Okay.
Oh, it's at, you know where the South Lake Mall is?
Actually, I just got a note passed to me. It is not by South Lake Mall.
Oh.
So it is not out there. It's actually across from Hobart Hospital in Hobart. It's at 1403 South Lake Park Avenue in Hobart. So we had a little bit of information cross our way. We just want to thank you. It was one of the most delicious meals I've ever had in my life, and I am not exaggerating this. Thank you so much to Lighthouse Whole Foods Grill. They're in Hobart, just across from the mall there at 1403 South Lake Park. So we had a little bit of information given us the wrong way, but I tell you this much: the food was so good that I'm going to have to find my way into Hobart here soon to try it again.
And Gary, you're close enough. I definitely would recommend it. I really thought it
sounds good. I think I even may know where that is, where St. Mary's Hospital is there. So I think there were some restaurants that had closed during the pandemic, and I think I know where they might have filled in. So
good.
Definitely worth a trip, it sounds like. But again, when you're out in the field and the guys in the studio are telling you how good the food is, it's not exactly a pleasant experience just to imagine what it tastes like.
Yeah, just imagine it, and you can tell looking at us on television that the camera may add 10 pounds, but the food here adds even more. So we're a couple big guys here on camera.
Yeah, I'm pretty big too. I think the radio adds 30 pounds.
There you go, Gary. All right, anything else, Gary, or we're going to let you go?
That's it, guys. Let's have a fun night. Big games. I'm looking forward to hearing those games also.
Yeah, we're pretty excited about it. Coach, what do you got?
No, I just want to say you mentioned, on TV.
Yes.
Right. 10:30 tonight, okay, on Channel 56 or Channel 17, the scoreboard with Ben and I and Joe Arredondo, who leads us. We've got all the scores. We've got all the games. We've got highlights of games throughout the area, and we've got some discussions of games for next week. It's 10:30, Channel 56 and Channel 17, depending on if you have Comcast or cable, and it's there. I want to remind you,
we are there.
But it's there. If you're looking for it on TV, okay, and you go to Lakeshore Public Television, it'll say The Day. It doesn't say scoreboard. It says The Day. More people come up to me and say, it's not on anymore. I said, yes, it is.
Yes, it is. So tune in. We've had a little bit of technical difficulties getting that updated here on our profiles. But I will tell you what, we're looking forward to it. And we're also looking forward to some more football updates here. But we're going to go ahead and take a break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
We come across this particularly good pile of junk, and I know it's a good pile because my mom always had a saying. My mom, every time we come across like a good pile, she'd always be like, she'd look at me and be like, sometimes it pays to be poor.
Join us for stories of bravery, longing, and the awkwardness of being an adolescent. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
From the beginning, parents of 43 missing students in Mexico didn't trust their government's investigation.
All we could think was, this is a historic lie.
Now, proof the government faked key evidence.
Marines arrive at the dump, and this enormous planting operation goes into effect.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
There is something like a nervous system in the forest.
On the next Radio Lab.
How does a plant know which way to turn so that it can find water?
Could those leafy green critters in our garden be uprooting our idea of what it means to think?
The below-ground structure.
Whoa!
It looks so much like a brain.
And I've been looking around lately, and I know that intelligence is not unique to humans.
Smarty Plants on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
And now, your game night scoreboard update.
Happy Friday, Lakeshore Game Night. Steve Schmidt here for week 6 of the high school football season. We're halfway through the regular season, and the race for conference titles is intensifying. So let's see what's going on tonight. Starting off in the Duneland, these are all 7 o'clock kickoffs. We had the 5-0 Crown Point Bulldogs traveling to the 4-1 Valpo Vikings. Last week, Crown Point defeated Portage 42-7, and Valpo took down Chesterton 19-13. Both teams are currently 3-0 in DAC play, so this game could end up deciding the Duneland winner. 3-2 Lake Central travels to 1-4 Michigan City tonight. Last week, Lake Central took down LaPorte 21-7, and Michigan City fell to Maryville 38-24. Michigan City has an 11-9 record all-time in the series. 4-1 Maryville Pirates traveled to the 1-4 LaPorte Slicers. Last week, Maryville defeated Michigan City 38-24, and LaPorte fell to Lake Central 21-7. Maryville took last year's meeting 54-19. A battle 2 1-4 teams in the last game here in the Duneland. It's 1-4 Portage and 1-4 Chesterton. Portage took one on the chin last week to Crown Point 42-7, and Chesterton fell to Valpo 19-13. Both teams are looking for their first conference victory of the season. Moving on now to the Great Lakes. EC Central Cardinals are 1-4 on the season, traveling to the 4-1 Hammond Central Wolves. EC Central lost to Calumet last week 48-8, and Hammond Central took down Pioneer 46-22. This is the first Great Lakes matchup for both of these teams this season. 3-1 Cathedral Fighting Irish travel up north to take on the 0-5 Morton Governors. Cathedral's the back-to-back defending 5A state champions. They were off last week, but took down Indy Chittard 2 weeks ago 38-0. Morton fell to Westside last week 38-6. Last year's meeting was all Cathedral 51-0. On to the Greater South Shore. 2-3 Boone Grove travels to 5-0 Hanover Central. Boone Grove fell to Wheeler last week in a thriller 22-21, and Hanover Central defeated Griffith 47-7. Last season, this was all Wildcats, 77-0. 1-4 Griffith Panthers traveled to the 5-0 Calumet Warriors. Griffith fell to Hanover last week 47-7, and Calumet took down EC Central 48-8. Griffith has won 14 of the 15 meetings. Calumet's only win in the series was last year with a score of 14-10. 0-4 Bishop Knoll travels to 3-2 River Forest. Bishop Knoll lost to Lake Station last week 48-7, and River Forest fell to Whiting 14-13. Last year's meeting was all ingots, 61-0. 1-4 South Central Satellites traveled to 2-3 Lake Station Eagles tonight. Last week, South Central picked up their first victory of the season against Osceola Grace 24-20, and Lake Station improved to 2-3 with a victory over Bishop Knoll 48-7. South Central has a 14-4 record in the series over the Eagles. Wheeler Bearcats 2-3 on the season traveled to the 2-2 Whiting Oilers. Last week, Wheeler took down Boone Grove 22-21, and Whiting defeated River Forest 14-13. Last season, it was all Wheeler in this matchup, 35-0. Moving on to the Northwest Crossroads, battle of 2 3-2 teams as Andrean travels to Hobart. Andrean took down Highland last week 42-7, and Hobart defeated Griffith 21-14. This should be a good matchup as Hobart sports an all-time record in the series, 20-14 over the 59ers. 1-4 Highland Trojans traveled to the 3-2 Munster Mustangs last week. Highland fell to Andrean 42-7, and Munster fell to KV 30-14. Munster sports a 29-11 record all-time over the Trojans. Final game here is the 4-1 KV Cougars traveled to the 2-3 Lowell Red Devils last week. KV defeated Munster 30-14, and Lowell fell to Hobart 21-14. This is a big one for the coaching staffs as it's Kirk Kennedy's return to Lowell. Stay tuned for the remainder of tonight's show. I'm Steve Schmidt.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, this is Ben Kolodzinski here. That was Steve Schmidt with Scoreboard Update. We got Andrew Johnson here on the switches and Coach Wayne Sventnoff joining us. Coach, we've got an exciting night of sports ahead of us. Definitely a big night around all of Northwest Indiana. And last we dropped off, we were talking about the Northwest Crossroads. This was about half an hour ago. We've got a lot of nice matchups there in the Northwest Crossroads.
Yeah, we do. And, when you just look at this, Boone Grove is coming off a heartbreaking loss against Wheeler last week, and Hanover Central is just a freight train. And I don't know how Boone is going to be able to handle this one. Griffith at Calumet. Again, Calumet didn't play as well as they would like. Griffith would certainly like an upset here, but it's at Calumet.
Right. Always tough to play there.
East Chicago travels to Hammond Central, and Hammond, boy, oh boy, have they just put up some numbers. The Woods boys are great.
And they've been looking really sharp so far this season, and I think they've actually made some of our offensive players of the week recognitions here. So let's talk first before we get there. Let's talk about J.J. Johnson. What did he do last week, Wayne?
He had 4 TDs and 225 total yards versus Portage. Valpo is going to have to, and I know Coach Marshall's planned and the defensive people have planned to stop Johnson's running. If Johnson is able to keep the ball on that option, or if he's able to pitch it and not get hit, he's going to be very effective. I think he must be averaging at least 3 touchdowns this whole season, at least.
He's getting a lot of consideration from me for being the most valuable player here in Northwest Indiana.
I totally agree.
He has been excellent so far. So another really good player, another player that should get some recognition from one of the best players in Northwest Indiana is Matt Coons.
Yeah, he came back from an injury, and last week he had 4 touchdowns, 125 yards total versus Griffith. And when you bring back a Coons, who is a very good quarterback, very accurate quarterback, and then you're able to move Tony Bartolomeo out to the wing and be a receiver, that just adds to the offensive potential for Hanover Central.
You're removing one excellent quarterback for another excellent quarterback. The rich keep getting richer down there at Cedar Lakes. So that's always good. And we just mentioned this young man not too long ago, Jordan Woods. Talk about his monster stat line.
2 rushing touchdowns, 173-yard punt return TD for a total of 300 total yards for Jordan Woods. If colleges aren't looking at this guy, there's something wrong with them.
That's video game numbers right there, Wayne.
I know.
So that's just an outstanding performance there. And, there was some more outstanding performances coming from Chesterton.
Yeah, Sebastian Boswell and Garrett Lewis teamed up for 2 touchdowns, 181 yards, and that's a potent quarterback-receiver combination.
Right.
They can score points. Now they've got to do it more consistently, especially tonight against Portage.
You know me. You know I like my power running backs, and we've got one here from Lake Central.
Yeah, you talked about this whole season that Xavier Williams for Lake Central is stocky.
He's tough.
He's a man. He's strong. 2 touchdowns and 206 yards against LaPorte last week.
All right, so we talked about the offense. Let's talk about some defense here. Chesterton, having a good defensive performance like last week against Valparaiso.
Well, Hayden DeMarco certainly did. He blocked a punt for a 62-yard touchdown versus Valparaiso. You don't get that happening many times against Valpo.
No, not often.
And Robbie Rampa from Lake Central had an interception versus LaPorte. Corey Newton for Boone Grove blocked a punt TD versus Wheeler.
So some interesting special teams plays that came around, and these defensive stars took care of business here. There were some players that we weren't really sure how they were going to respond, and one from Hobart here really took over.
Yeah, Willie Sheaver, the unknown players of the week. I've never heard him. He had 3 touchdowns. Gary Graben alluded to the fact that Trey Gibson was out last week.
Right.
And Shearer came in and played well. 3 TDs, 186 yards versus Lowell.
and Crown Point, another offensive weapon coming out.
Yeah, this is another young man that was a sub for the running back Taiwan. I think that was Elijah Taiwan.
Right.
Tommy Guadagno from Crown Point had 2 TDs, 107 yards versus Portage. When you have depth like that, Ben, that you can bring a guy off the bench like that with nobody has heard of, and he can produce for you, you've got a good team.
So just an update on that. Per Twitter, Trey Gibson is actually dressed and participating in warm-ups tonight for Hobart. So that's going to be an interesting breaking bit of news here. We'll see if that translates to actual playing time, or if it's just available if needed. So a little bit of breaking news. Trey Gibson is dressed and participating in warm-ups. He's one of the best players in Northwest Indiana, so that's an interesting development here.
All right, so I got a question for you.
Yes.
Cheever has a great game last week as a backup for Gibson.
Sure.
Gibson comes back now. He starts. Does Cheever get more time still, or does now he stand and watch Gibson play?
I'm a big believer if you don't lose your job over an injury. But I will say this. Cheever has shown that he can do it. I mean, why not use 2 weapons? You know what's better than 1 weapon? 2 weapons.
Right.
And being able to put him in the backfield, get some yardage, having multiple people at the running back position at Hobart it's like we're back in the 1980s and 90s here, 70s, where there's these studs at running back and they just keep reloading. That's an excellent problem to have for the Brickies.
Then you've got Keegan Neal from Wheeler, who had 2 TDs versus Boone Grove, somebody we hadn't heard about. I think he's a quarterback, actually, for Wheeler.
And then Hammond Central had another good performance.
Yeah, Akeem Harrington from Hammond Central had 2 TDs, and it's versus Pioneer, who has a good program.
Absolutely. Pioneer is a great program. And before we continue, we've reached 7 o'clock, so please pause just one moment for station identification.
This is listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. 89.1 FM, Lakeshore Public Radio. WLPR FM, Lowell.
All right, now that we have properly identified ourselves, we're going to properly identify some special teams players of the week. Kankakee Valley had a good performance.
Yeah, Loudon Fugit from Kankakee Valley, he had a kickoff return for a TD, and Connor Roach had a fumble recovery for a TD. So, obviously they played very well against Munster, those 2 young men. I think we've talked about Loudon Fugit a little bit before.
Oh, sure.
So he's a guy that we need to watch.
So you know how I am about my kickers. I think they're an excellent and valuable weapon here at high school ball, especially in Northwest Indiana. We had a nice kicking performance in Hammond Central.
Yeah, Hammond is in Dallas from Hammond Central. He had a 33-yarder versus Pioneer.
And if you watch into the NFL games, a 33-yarder is no chip shot.
No.
Because we're seeing these extra points here getting missed, and that's about, how far is a PAT in the NFL now? It's 25 or so. I don't know.
Yeah, it's about that, I think.
So either way, it's definitely that's not a chip shot field goal, especially at high school level. So excellent kick by them, or by Adrian there. And also Maryville had a nice kick.
Yeah, Jaquez Martinez from Maryville. He's a soccer player, and he was able to, play for Maryville against Michigan City. He had a 24-yard field goal. And we have one last one. Logan Murray from Wheeler. He had the field goal with only 5 minutes left that ended up beating Boone Grove at the end there.
Anytime you have a game-winning field goal, it deserves a little bit of recognition. Definitely a week last week where there was some struggles on the special teams, and it played a big factor in almost all the games in Northwest Indiana. But it's always good to see some of these young men and young ladies, play well and take care of business, especially on the special teams, because you need offense, you need defense, you need special teams. So while we're here, we're still kind of working our way through some of the matchups for tonight. We're going to move on to the Greater South Shore Conference. We've got South Central at Lake Station.
South Central and Lake Station, I believe, both got their first wins in their games last week, and this will be interesting. Lake Station doesn't have the numbers that they've had in the past, but South Central's really struggling here, and
Right.
I don't know. This is going to be a toss-up game. It's at Lake Station. You give them a couple points for that, but
Sure.
this is going to be a close one.
Little 5 participant Wheeler is moving up north to Whiting to take on the Oilers.
Boy, Wheeler really, they played well, but they were able to win it when Boone Grove, it looked like they had taken the game over last week. So they're coming off a good feeling from last week. Whiting is kind of up and down. I really like Whiting's quarterback, Nick Davenport.
Sure.
He can throw the ball, he can run the ball, but Whiting needs to have other people step up. They're at home, okay? So if they can just schedule those trains going by enough, maybe they can win one.
Sure. Any of you folks that have never experienced a Friday night football game with a little bit of chilly breeze in the air in Whiting, you are missing out on a quintessential part of Northwest Indiana. There is train tracks that run right around or right by the visiting side, and they run throughout the game. You'll hear train whistles. You'll hear the box cars moving. It's really a cool experience. So one of my favorite places to visit.
And it's a nice stadium.
It is. It's nice.
It's a nice stadium.
And you're right next to the lake too. You
Yes.
have that nice park that's open a little bit later. So if you want to walk next to the lakefront after the game's over, just take a short walk across those tracks, walk along the lakeshore, and take that breeze in, and take a look at Chicago. Up to the northwest, and it's just a great location. I've never actually been to a game there, but I've walked around it, and it is absolutely beautiful.
It's a really cool place. So that's going to be an exciting one. We've got Bishop Knoll at River Forest, a team that's struggling and a team that's doing all right.
Yeah, River Forest started off 3-0, and then all of a sudden they hit a roadblock, and one of those roadblocks was Hanover Central. Now they need to get back and start playing Forest football. This Aiden Silver is just an outstanding quarterback, and he's a leader for River Forest. I look at River Forest as an advantage in this one.
And one more real quick, we've got Knox at LaVille. Knox obviously had a rough one last week, but they're a good program. They're going to rebound.
Boy, I thought when I was making out the form, the sheet here with all the games, I really thought that, okay, I'm picking Knox. Boy, I know LaVille has a good program, but I went and looked up Knox, and I think they're 4-1.
Right, right. This is still a good program here.
So I'm thinking LaVille. Did I say Knox was 4-1?
Yes.
Oh, I meant LaVille. LaVille was Knox is 3-2. LaVille is 4-1. And they've got a good program over there in LaVille. This is going to be a tough one. Knox travels to LaVille.
Right.
So, boy, does home, court or field advantage really, factor in?
It is important. So, and before we get on and move on to the Great Lakes Athletic Conference and some of the other games around Northwest Indiana, we've got an update already. The kickoff has already occurred. We've got an update from Jason Hill from Andrean and Hobart. Jason, what's going on out there?
Good evening, guys. Glad to be back after 2 weeks off. Was just calling in with a quick update. Had a botched play here for the 49ers on their first possession as they made the Ricky's punt, but actually we had a quick turn of events. Let me start over. Hobart 3-and-out on their first drive. Punt was actually muffed by the 49ers, recovered at about the 49-yard line for the Brickies. So quick play to take advantage of that. The very next play, a little fake handoff. Noah Ehrlich found Jalen Williams in the end zone for the Brickies, putting them up 7-0. So two quick mistakes here for the 49ers. And the Brickies are up 7-0, 9 minutes to go here in the first.
So it seems like the 59ers are having a little bit of an issue holding on to the ball, taking care of business here. Do you think that Andrean has the ability to respond to this, or is it just a matter of Hobart being in the right place at the right time? What needs to change here for the 59ers?
Well, clearly, I've been shaken up here a little bit. Maybe the 49ers have too. I mean, yes, they can recover from a quick score. They have a Division I running back there in the backfield for them. So I don't want to look too far ahead here. Maybe a big game, first big game for them here. Maybe some nerves, but, it's quick score. We'll see how they bounce back on their first possession here.
Jason, this is a big rivalry. Andrean at Hobart. Andrean athletic, Hobart pounding the football. But Ehrlich certainly looked like he took advantage of Andrean right away.
Sure, and in some of these rivalry games, that's what you have to do. If you know everybody on this field is playing with some energy, you want to try to suck the air out as fast as you can. So starting off fast and with a couple of big plays like that, it was a good hit there on the punt. And then just, quick little trickery, find a wide open receiver so he can walk into the end zone. And we're seeing Andrean respond right here. It's a big kickoff return, set him already in Hobart territory. So good rivalry game. We'll see how this one plays out here.
All right, Jason, thanks for the update. One more time, what is the time and score update?
9.5 minutes to go, first quarter, Hobart 7, Andrean 0.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate the update. So, hey, it looks like Hobart has jumped out to a bit of a lead here. Now, it's still early. A lot of game to be played, but that's got to feel good if you're a Bricky fan.
Yeah, I really think that, and Gary kind of, I think, alluded to this, is that, Chesterton, Hobart, teams like that need to get out early, get that confidence. And, it is tough to play at Hobart. It's a beautiful stadium. It's tough to play there as an opposing team. But Andrean's been there. It's not a new situation for them.
They've been playing each other for generations. I've heard stories about when my dad was playing from Andrean against the Brickies in the 1970s, or 60s, and all that stuff. So it's definitely a circumstance where they've been playing forever. They know each other, and this isn't the Bricky Bowl, but it's definitely a nice stadium. And hey, here we are. It's going to be an interesting game here. So definitely something interesting and something to keep our eye on going here forward. Some of the other games that we are keeping our eye on here, we're going to go down to the Great Lakes Athletic Conference. We've got Culver Academy taking on North Judson.
Judson 5-0 and just on a roll, and it's at North Judson. I mean, they're going to be tough to beat. They've got a great team. They've got two. We've talked about two outstanding running backs. Cheyenne Allen is one. He was there last year, their main one. And then they've got one other young man, and I wanted to say a brand, but this is going to be a good one. I like Judson here.
Yeah, I think so as well. North Judson, man, they are tough, and they look good. They've got that dual-headed running back situation where sometimes you see lightning and thunder, so a fast and a strong, it's strong on strong. That is going to wear defenses out. I really like North Judson, St. Pierre, and how they're playing so far. We've got Rensselaer at Lafayette Central Catholic. A little bit of a road trip for Rensselaer.
Yeah, and when you look at this one, the first time you look at it, I said, boy, Rensselaer had trouble against West Lafayette. The Lafayette schools are very good in football. You look at this, you say, hey, Lafayette Central Catholic, you probably should pick them. I saw their record, and it's very average, Catholic.
Okay.
They're not dominating down there at all. Now, they play a good schedule.
Sure.
But I'm still going with Coach Meeks and the Rensselaer Bombers.
I don't see why not, other than it is a bit of a drive. Now, Rensselaer is on the southern end of our listening audience, so it's not like they're driving from LaPorte all the way down to West Lafayette. They're to Lafayette. It's more of a half-hour, 45-minute drive for them, so it's not going to be as big of an issue, but we know what Rensselaer does. They're having a good year so far. I think you might be onto something there with a potential a victory there for the Bombers. Another one we're looking at, we've got West Central at South Newton. This should be a fun one.
Yeah, it should. South Newton had their first victory, I believe, last week, and West Central is really rolling 4-1 on the season. I just love the fact that they've struggled the last 2 years, and now all of a sudden they're making a big turnaround. And Chuck DeMoss has talked about the fact that in little schools, one or two classes, like one sophomore class that moves in as juniors, can make a huge difference. difference. I like West Central in this one.
Before we continue on with some of these Great Lakes Conference games, we've got Gary Graben with an update from Portage and Chesterton. Gary, what's going on out there?
We talked about Chesterton needed a quick start to get some confidence against a team they would be favored against. Keegan Wrigley, an interception and a 15-yard return for touchdown. Extra point is good. It is 7-0 Chesterton over Portage with 9:30 to go in the first quarter.
So, Gary, what do you think the feel is? Do you think this is more of a opportunistic play and some good defensive play, or is Portage making some mistakes out there?
Yeah, I mean, again, on turnover, that's usually a little of both. Wrigley actually read the play. Again, only 15 yards to scamper after he made the interception. Wrigley's one of those guys he plays wide receiver and linebacker. He's a senior, 6'1", so he was able to get his hands on the ball and run it in. But I think the key here, again, Chesterton getting the start that they've been looking for here so they don't have to play chasing from behind. And obviously when you've had some fourth quarter leads disappear, you want to create enough of a lead here where there's no question what's going on in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely. The game of football is a very strange one. You can't win the game in the first quarter, but you can lose it. And if you keep building up a lot of protection with points, you are in a situation where, hey, it's going to be much more difficult for someone to come back. So,
well, again, Chesterton's one of these teams that you got to believe is better than their record indicates, because they have some players here. They just have not been able to make things happen, again, as we've talked about, especially in the fourth quarter of some of these games. So, again, the quick start, important for the Trojans here to establish themselves.
All right, Gary, our phone lines are starting to fill up here a little bit. One more time, what is the time and score?
Again, Chesterton up early over Portage, 7-0 with about 9 minutes to go in the first quarter.
All right, thank you, Gary. I appreciate the update. We're going to go from Gary Graben, move on to Reed Amons with an update of Crown Point of Valpo. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Valparaiso got the ball first on the evening. They moved the ball very well, but once they got inside the Crown Point 40-yard line, they did fumble on a botched handoff. Crown Point recovered and then took the ensuing drive all the way down inside the Valparaiso 25-yard line. J.J. Johnson did run it in from 24 yards out. The extra point was good. That put Crown Point on top 7-0 here in the opening quarter. There's 5:51 to go in quarter number one. Crown Point 7, Valparaiso 0.
So we've got Reed. We've got some mistakes by Valparaiso looming large here. Does Valpo need to right the ship here?
Yeah, I think they need to come back right here on this next drive with a score. As we talked about early on, they do need to keep the score down. They need to stay close and give themselves a chance here towards the end of the game.
Reed, did you happen to get who recovered the fumble?
I did not get who recovered the fumble. Justin Clark did start at quarterback tonight for the Vikings, but Crown Point did recover the ball just right around their own 40-yard line.
Good. That's okay. Thank you.
All right, Reed, one more time, the score and time update.
Yeah, Valparaiso has the ball for their second possession of the night. There's 5:05 to go here in quarter number one. Crown Point on top, 7-0 over the Vikings.
All right, thank you, Reed. So, Coach, it seems like Crown Point has taken advantage of some situations here. And before we start breaking a lot of this down, we've got more and more. We keep loading up our phone lines. We're going to move on to Al Rodriguez with an update from Boone versus Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Hey, good evening, guys. It's a beautiful night. This is Hanover's homecoming. You cannot find a parking space out here. I mean, this place is packed. However, that's not what you wanted to hear. You wanted to hear the score. Right now, Hanover is up 7-0. Boone Grove tried their first series, 3 incomplete passes. They're throwing short passes. I'm surprised. Hanover was waiting for them. They punted. The ball went out of bounds at the 45 of Hanover. Hanover marched downfield. Paisley left, Paisley right. Paisley got a 6-yard run. So the score was 8 minutes left in the first quarter. Hanover 7, Boone Grove nothing.
All right.
Down.
All right, Al.
Boone Grove is going downfield. They actually got a first down, but it was off a pass interference play.
Okay. Well, thank you for the update, Al. We got our full deck of phone lines here, so we're looking forward to hearing more from you.
All right, take care.
All right, thank you, Al Rodriguez. Appreciate it. We're going to go to Chuck DeMoss here. Chuck with an update from Kankakee Valley versus Lowell. Chuck, what's going on?
Yeah, Lowell just scored here, guys, on their first possession. It was a 2-yard run from quarterback Riley Bank. They did it in 6 plays. They went 63 yards in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. after KV went 3 and out on their first possession. KV has the ball right now on their 28-yard line.
So did KV just have no answer, or they couldn't stop Bank?
Well, yeah, he threw a 28-yard pass on a 3rd down that kept the drive going. Then I believe it was Brian Walker had a good run to get him down. Then Riley Bank had a good run, so it got him close, and then he ran it in from 2 yards out. And just on another note, guys, both teams, their number 1 running back is not playing tonight. Owen Thiel is not playing for Lowell.
Oh, okay.
And Logan Parks is not playing for KV, so we have backups in both teams tonight.
Now, that's a big deal for Kankakee Valley. Not as big of a deal for Lowell because their quarterback does a lot of the running. So, very interesting.
Yeah.
So, Chuck, one more time. Our phone lines keep lighting up. One more time, what is the score update?
We have 5:21 to go in the first quarter and have Lowell up 7-0 on Kankakee Valley. I have a score from South Newton. It's South Newton 8, West Central 6 after 1.
All right. Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate it.
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
All right. Thank you. We're going to move on from Chuck DeMoss back to Gary Graben with an update on Portage and Chesterton. Gary, what's going on?
Well, Portage, for the second time in the first just over 3 minutes of this first quarter, has given the ball away deep in their own territory, a fumble this time, and for Chesterton, Garrett Lewis, Mr. Everything, 10-yard touchdown run up the middle, extra point good. It is 14-0 Chesterton with 8:20 to go in the first quarter.
So Chesterton taking advantage of some inopportune Portage mistakes. Do you think that Portage has what it takes to come back in this one?
Well, again, we know Portage has had a rough year with just the one win against Morton, so this is already in a danger zone here for Portage. They obviously need to be able to hang on to the ball here, get some first downs, get their defense off the field a little bit here, at least even if they don't score, just to have a little time of possession here to give some guys a blow. But, again, this is already a pretty big hole for Portage to climb out of.
All right, Gary, thank you. Appreciate it. One more time. What is the score update and time?
14-0 Chesterton over Portage, 8:20 remaining in quarter number 1.
All right, thank you, Gary. Appreciate that update. We're going to move on from here. We're going to move on to Jason Hill with an update from Andrean versus Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
Andrean responds with a touchdown of their own. 7-7 here, about 4 minutes to go in Hobart. Coach, you asked, can Andrean respond? What do they have? I mentioned their Division I player. Steady dose of Mr. Drake Bowen on that drive. Hobart and Andrean exchanged a few 3-and-outs, and then Andrean just seemed to go back to Mr. Division I. Steady dose there. They had a 49-yard, pretty good field position, about 49 yards of offense there right through Drake Bowen, putting Andrean on the board for the first time tonight. He had about a 9-yard run to cap it off. 7-7. All tied up here in Hobart.
All right. Thank you, Jason. We appreciate the update and looking forward to hearing more from you. All right. We lost Jason there. So this has been an exciting flurry of activity here early, and we need to catch our breath because I need to wipe the sweat off of my brow here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Filmmaker Abigail Disney has covered efforts to bring peace to conflicts around the world, but for her latest film, she turns the lens on the family business, the Disney Company, where she says life for too many employees is anything but enchanted.
When you think about American business and the role it plays in American culture, it is the only place to start if you want to make life better for Americans.
That's on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
I think the main reason why I love Bullseye is Jesse's ability to really ask sincere questions.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, I'll talk with Bobby Moynihan, Saturday Night Live alum, voice actor, and now children's book author. Plus, Chris Estrada, creator and star of the new TV show, This Fool. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Huasu plunged into college, Berkeley. In the 1990s, Securino only knew about popular culture and politics. Then he learned about friendship.
We need people to complicate and challenge us as much as we need people around us that complete us in obvious ways.
The New Yorker writer discusses his memoir, Stay True, on Weekend Edition Saturday from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolodzinski back with you with Wayne Sventnoff. Wayne, we've had an awful lot of excitement here early. Let's start with the game of the night. We've got a 7-0 lead from Crown Point over Valparaiso early in the game. Valparaiso makes a key mistake, Crown Point takes advantage of it and scores a touchdown.
You can't do that. That's the worst thing when you have two teams this successful playing each other.
Right.
The thing that you cannot do is have a turnover, and because you know the opposition is going to take that turnover and probably score off of it, which Crown Point did.
Right.
So now the hill gets steeper for the Vikings.
You can't dig yourself into a hole here. Another one we have going on here, Lowell taking a 7-0 lead early over Kankakee Valley. That's another one of our big games.
Yeah, and, we knew that Riley Bank is their best player, and he is dominant as a force. Kankakee Valley, we've talked about their defense all year long and how it's so much better, but it's a different thing when you got a player the size of Bank, and his ability this year to throw the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He's thrown the ball tonight. He's got a little bit of running tonight. KV is got a real big test here.
Absolutely. And another big game tonight, we've got Hobart and Andrean tied at 7.
Again, turnovers. Andrean turned it over. Hobart took advantage and scored. But the difference here is Andrean has the athlete, Drake Bowen.
Right.
Drake Bowen left, Drake Bowen right, all over the field. And finally he scores. Andrean now has come back at 7-7, and this is going to be a great game.
Absolutely. And you know what else was great tonight? Our dinner was great tonight. I want to say thank you so much to Lighthouse Whole Food Grill for taking care of the Game Night crew this evening. If you're looking for a healthy fast food option that is packed with flavor, check out Lighthouse Whole Food Grill in Hobart. Lighthouse offers salads, wraps, bowls, tacos, quesadillas, and fettuccine Alfredo bowls. You can visit Lighthouse Whole Food Grill at 1403 South Lake Park Avenue in Hobart. That's right by the hospital. Wayne, this was one of the most delicious meals I have had in a long time. So good.
So diverse. I mean, you had, I'll tell you right now, if you go out to this, Whole Food Grill in Hobart, just be prepared. They give it to you in a bowl, and I mean, they give it to you. It's a lot of food. So don't over-order.
Yes. It is densely packed in these containers. Andrew, what did you think about this dinner here?
I'm going to say, at first, you're kind of like, it's kind of like Chipotle. No, it's Chipotle times about a million. I mean, they give you so much food compared to some of the other chain restaurants that you go to, and it's such a more diverse menu, including the pasta. The pasta is fantastic.
Sure, yeah, really good, really great dinner. So thank you so much, Lighthouse Whole Food Grill. Next time I'm in Hobart, I'm going to stop by there. And
don't forget, NIPSCO. NIPSCO does a great job of supporting not only the Game Night show here, but also Scoreboard on TV, which is on at 10:30, Channel 56 or Channel 17. Depending if you have cable or dish. And, they are always here. They've been here for a long time supporting athletics in Northwest Indiana. We appreciate them, and they are great sponsors for us.
Yes, thank you, NIPSCO. You've helped us do what we do for the last, few decades. So thank you so much for everything that we do. I really appreciate all of that. And of course, our listeners and viewers do here in Northwest Indiana as well. So while we're here, while we have an opportunity, we're still in the Great Lakes Athletic Conference talking about some of these matchups. We have West Central at South Newton. That should be an interesting one.
Yeah, South Newton has jumped out to an 8-6 lead over West Central. It is at South Newton. They did get their first victory last week. Maybe they've got motivation being at home. West Central is 4-1 on the season, doing an outstanding job. This is going to be a good one. I know that Chuck DeMoss, leans a little bit towards West Central.
Sure.
He'll keep us updated, I'm sure.
He will let us know.
Yeah.
We also have Winamac at Culver Community. So Winamac is a program that has had some success, and so is Culver Community.
Yeah, this is going to be a very balanced one. Winamac probably is not the strongest team this year. They were very good the last couple of years. They lost some seniors. But they travel to Culver, and I think that this is going to be a good game.
I think so, too. And one final game that's being played tonight. There's also one being played tomorrow, but Hammond Morton is inviting to play the Indianapolis Cathedral Fighting Irish. And for those of you who don't know, Indianapolis Cathedral is the winningest program in the state of Indiana. Historically, they are a football power, and they're coming up here to Hammond Morton. Let's be fair here. Indianapolis Cathedral is a program that spits out Division I talent and NFL players on the regular. This could be a tough game, and I got to give Morton credit for scheduling them.
I do, too. Morton's a little down this year, but to have them, Indianapolis Cathedral, come all the way up here and play, Cathedral is really, really good.
They're really good. You get those hypothetical questions. Could this high school team beat this college team type scenario? If there was a high school team in Indiana that could potentially beat a relatively decent low-level college team, it's nationally ranked Indianapolis Cathedral.
Yeah, it really is. And we've got one tomorrow, don't we? Westside, led by Calumet Griffith Terrell, who is one of the top rushers in the area. Last week I thought he's still number one. He is. 889 yards and 11 touchdowns, leader in the area, and we just don't get enough recognition. This young man can scoot.
Oh, he can play football. You can tell he's a tough kid, and he's taking care of business, and the proof is out there.
Yes,
he's almost over 1,000 yards. He'll probably get it by today or tomorrow, depending on how this game goes. It is at Indianapolis, Washington, so you never know how that's going to turn out.
That's true.
But definitely he's an excellent player, so it's going to be interesting. All right, so at this point right now, we're in a situation where soon we're going to get a scoreboard update from Steve Schmidt to make sure that we are getting all the updates here. But so far to this point, is there anything that's standing out to you as a key point here, Coach?
Well, Munster is leading Highland 7-0. That's a big rivalry,
right.
Munster Highland.
Right.
I've been impressed with their program this year. I think that Munster has played better. Now they struggled against the KV, but a lot of people struggle against KV this year. But Munster has had a good record, and I think that tonight's game, Highland needs to make a turnaround.
They do.
I think that Highlands coach Pete Koulianis is an excellent coach. He likes to run the football, but you need some girth on the offensive line to open up that hole.
Sure. I've been really impressed with Munster so far this season. And, they've had some years where they haven't been quite as successful, but the process they've put in, putting those pieces in the right spot and getting production, they've been doing an excellent job this year. One thing I wanted to highlight is the early turnovers in some of these games. You see Valpo turning the ball over, leading to points. You see the Hobart or Andrean turning the ball over, leading to early Hobart points. At some point, you think that some of these mistakes should be kind of getting ironed out of your system, but then again, people do make mistakes.
Keegan Wrigley, the interception of pick six. Portage, threw the interception. Chesterton went down and scored. Those are, like you said, you can't turn the ball over consistently and expect to win the game.
as it boils down, if you win the turnover battle, you're going to win the game like 75% of the time. I'm not sure what the exact statistician is. I'm not a game theorist, but I know that anytime you're turning the ball over, especially leading directly to points, it's a circumstance where you're putting yourself in a hole.
And that's true of any level. I don't care if it's college football. I don't care if it's the pros. You turn the ball over, against Green Bay, you're going to lose. So,
right, against anybody. So, and we went from having no calls to having multiple calls here. So we're going to start off with Al Rodriguez on line 1 here with an update with Boone versus Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Oh, Hanover scored again on a 43-yard drive. Coons ran the ball in for 10 yards. There was some activity before that where Boone Grove started the drive, got stalled. They kicked off. Hanover had a good run back. Then Coons started to run on his own, fumbled the ball. Boone Grove got the ball back again, stalled. Oh, they're getting ready to pass. Hey, they got a completion. All right. Anyways, so right now it's 14-0 with a little over 3 minutes left in the game.
Left in the first half?
We're still in the first quarter.
Oh, first quarter. Okay. So it seems like Hanover Central is doing what they do at this point.
They are throwing the ball on their quick out. They went deep a couple of times. Those were incompletions. But on their quick outs, where they're just throwing it out like 5 yards and then taking off, that's their best game.
Sure.
And Boone Grove does not seem to have a stop. They're trying to do the same thing. Oh, they did a completion. Short of the first down for Boone Grove.
All right, Al, one more time, score and time update.
Time right now is Hanover 14, Boone Grove 0. There's 3 minutes left in the first quarter.
All right, Al, thank you for the update. We're gonna go from Al. We're gonna go to Reed Amons at Crown Point versus Valpo. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, so Valparaiso did a really nice job on offense in their last possession, resulting in a touchdown run by Justin Clark from 7 yards out. The key play on the drive, though, was a 51-yard pass completion to Scotty Bradney from Justin Clark. That put Valparaiso inside the Crown Point 30-yard line. And then, like I mentioned, Justin Clark was able to do a couple runs and get the ball into the end zone from 7 yards out. The extra point was good. That tied the game 7-7. The Crown Point on their ensuing drive just hit a big pass play also. So now they're down to the 36-yard line of Valparaiso looking to get in scoring position. But there's 7.5 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Game's all tied up 7-7.
All right, Dr. Reed, looking forward to hearing more from you. That game seems to be getting pretty tight, so we appreciate that. All right. Thank you. We're going to move on from Reed Amons to Chuck DeMoss. Chuck with an update from Kankakee versus Lowell. Chuck, what's going on?
Yeah, we got a score of 14-0 now. Lowell scored again on a 39-yard run from quarterback Riley Bank. Kick was good by Caden Britton. That's where we stand, 14-0. Lowell does have the ball right now on Kankakee Valley's 9-yard line. It looks like it's third down and 9 to go right now for KV on the 9-yard line. So they are scoring at will right now against KV.
So the running game for Lowell taking over right now. What is KV's offense doing?
KV's offense has got maybe 2 or 3 first downs under a couple of possessions, but yeah, they haven't completed a pass yet and having trouble running, the ball right now. Lowell is taking advantage of that because they're getting it short. Looks like Lowell's going to attempt a field goal here, guys. They're spotting the ball on the 12-yard line, so it's going to be a 22-yard field goal.
All right, we'll hang tight with you. Let us know how this play goes.
Okay. Lowell's up line, snap, down, the kick is up. Looks like it's good from here. Yeah, the kick's good. Caden Britton kicks a 22-yard field goal, put Lowell up 17-0, which 10:35 to go in the second quarter.
So Lowell is up by 3 scores. We appreciate the update, Chuck. Let us know how the rest of the game goes.
Okay, guys. One more score. Central Catholic is up on Rensselaer 7-0 after 1 quarter.
All righty. Thank you, Chuck. We appreciate the updates.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All righty. We're going to go from Chuck to Jason Hill with an update on Andrean versus Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
Well, after another couple of 3-and-outs were exchanged, Andrean gets on the board again. Takes the lead here, 14-7. It was a 4-yard touchdown run for Drake Bowen that extended that lead to 14-7 now here over the Brickies. Key play on that drive was actually a really, really, really beautiful catch by Angel Ramirez for the 49ers. A little back shoulder stopped, caught right over the Hobart defenders. Big play set them up right inside the 4-yard line. But then it was Drake Bones from there taking it that next 4 into the end zone. So here we are, 14-7. About 9 minutes to go here in the first half. If you can hear that over the PA, big play here for Andrean as they just recovered a fumble inside Hobart territory right on the 42. So we'll see if Andrean can take advantage of this turnover here.
All righty. Thank you, Jason. We appreciate the update. We're going to go ahead and take a break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
For decades, HBO has meant TV that pushes the envelope.
They were the original Netflix. They were a disruptor in this space, willing to sort of come in at a time when prestige and television were not synonymous.
But now that HBO's parent company has merged with Discovery, that might be changing. How HBO transformed television and what the future of prestige TV might look like. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Does the color, the taste, the smell of peeling and eating an orange, does it hit differently depending on where you stand? Either outside a prison cell or in one. On the next Snap Judgment, the 5 senses. Snap Judgment, storytelling with a beat. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
We come across a particularly good pile of junk, and I know it's a good pile because my mom always had a saying. My mom, every time we come across like a good pile, she'd always be like, she'd look at me and be like, sometimes it pays to be poor.
Join us for stories of bravery, longing, and the awkwardness of being an adolescent. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here with these scores rolling fast and furious. We got Chuck DeMoss on the line right now before we do that, so let's take Chuck.
All right, Chuck, I guess there was a score. Tell us what's going on.
Lane Zander just ran it back 99-yard kickoff for Kankakee Valley. Extra point was good by Evan Mish. 10:21 to go in the second quarter. Actually, the extra point was no good by Evan Mish. So it scored 17-6 with 10:21 to go in the second quarter.
A big special teams play there, but to get them back into the game, but they definitely needed that, huh, Chuck?
Yes, they did. It definitely got them back in the game, and hopefully for KV, it'll give them a little spark, and they can keep things going here.
All right, thank you, Chuck. We appreciate the updates. And what do you think? What do you think Kankakee Valley needs to do to continue to get back into this game?
Well, they're going to have to run the ball a little better. You know, without Logan Parks out there, Marco Castro's doing a fairly good job. He's got like 38, 39 yards tonight on about 8 carries, but they need to sustain a drive, you know, where they get 4 or 5 first downs together. They haven't done that yet. They've got 2 together, but that's as much as they've gotten on a drive. So they're really going to need to put some drives together, take some time off this clock, and give their defense a little rest, because right now, Glow scored in a 2-minute drive, a 1-minute drive, and a 2-minute drive. So it's wearing them out so far.
All right, thanks, Chuck. One more time, what's the score update?
We got a 17 Lowell, Kankakee Valley 6 with 10:21 to go in the second quarter.
All right, thanks, Chuck.
I do have an update from West Central and South Newton. It's West Central 28, South Newton 20 at halftime.
28-20, West Central over South Newton.
Yes, halftime.
At halftime. All right, sounds good.
Okay, guys, talk to you soon.
All right, thank you much. We're going to go ahead and finish off the scoreboard update with Steve Schmidt.
Let's start off here with the Duneland play. Crown Point and Valpo in the second quarter. This game is all tied up at 7. J.J. Johnson got the scoring started for the Bulldogs, and Justin Clark answered with a 7-yard touchdown run. Lake Central and Michigan City in the first quarter. This game is 14-7 in favor of Lake Central. Maryville at LaPorte, first quarter. Maryville's up in this one 21-0. Portage at Chesterton. Chesterton's up 20-7.
Actually, Gary just called in, so let's get the update from him right now.
All right, Gary, we appreciate the update. We've got a situation on our hands. What do we got?
Portage has all struck and gotten the goose egg off the scoreboard, but Chesterton came right back with Garrett Lewis with his second touchdown of the night. For some reason, they went for 2 points on that conversion. Portage had missed their extra point. It is 20-6 Chesterton over Portage midway through the second quarter.
20-6. So going for the 2-point conversion is an interesting philosophy here early in the game.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if there was something different. He made the first two, unless he may have been injured, the kicker. So
that could be. So we appreciate the update, Gary. One more time, what is the score and time?
Chesterton 20, Portage 6, about midway through the second quarter.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate the update. Yep. All right, so we're going to go back to Steve Schmidt trying to get through this scoreboard update. Steve, what's going on?
Moving on here to Cathedral at Morton. First quarter update. Cathedral's up in this one 7-0. Boone Grove at Hanover Central 14-0. The Wildcats are up. Kyle Hazley with a 6-yard touchdown run and Matt Coons with a 10-yard touchdown run. Griffith at Calumet. First quarter. Calumet's up in this one 7-0. Andrew Markham with a touchdown pass to Javon Lawrence. Bishop Knoll at River Forest. At the end of one, River Forest is up 21-0. Sal Montes blocked a Bishop Knoll punt at the 30, then took it in for a touchdown to open the scoring. Aiden Silver threw a 6-yard touchdown pass to Jason Johnson, and Jose Alvarez with a 12-yard touchdown run. Andrean at Hobart in the second quarter. Andrean's up in this one 14-7. Zach Bloom had a 42-yard touchdown pass on a fake bubble screen to Jalen Williams. A little trickery there for the Brickies to get the scoring started. But the two straight Andrean scores were both by Drake Bowen, a 9-yard run and a 4-yard run. Highland at Munster at the end of one. Munster has a 7-0 lead. And you just heard this update from Chuck as KV and Lowell. It's Lowell leading it in the second quarter 17-6. Additional games that we're covering here tonight on Lakeshore Game Night. Rensselaer at Lafayette Central Catholic at the end. In the first quarter, it's tied up at 7. LaVille at Knox. Last update at the end of one was Knox was up 7-6. Winamac at Culver Community halftime. Culver's up 20-6, and you also just heard this one from Chuck, 28-20. West Central up over South Newton at the half.
All right, thank you, Steve. Appreciate the update. It has been a very exciting first flurry of games here. My name is Ben Kolzinski. I'm here with Steve Schmidt. He's going to join us for this segment. Andrew Johnson's going to join us as well, and we're going to talk over some of the action that we've already had this game. I want to start off with the Kankakee Valley versus Lowell game. At one point there, Kankakee Valley was down 3 scores to Lowell, and what Chuck DeMoss has been saying is that it's been the Riley Bank show.
It really has. Bank with a 2-yard touchdown run to get the scoring started, followed by a 39-yard run. He's just been dominant on the ground so far. The front line for Lowell has done a good job of opening up holes for Bank, and they've been doing it in a plethora of ways. They've been throwing the ball down the field a couple times, and early on in their drives to set up the runs later on down in the red zone.
What do you think, Andrew, about how this game is unfolding?
It's been interesting so far, obviously. I mean, with Coach Kennedy coming back to Lowell for his first game back, you kind of would think that it'd be going a little bit the opposite way because, mentor gets the student, which, usually goes in the way of the mentor, but right now it's the student dominating the mentor's team. But then again, it is Coach Kennedy's first season at KV.
Right.
So he really hasn't had a chance to really build up the team to where he wants it to be 1,000%. I mean, it is where it is. We're right now where he wants it to be. But, it's still the first season, you have to remember.
Sure, it takes a while to implement your program, right? And anytime you have this program that you need to build, now I don't want to say it's a simplistic program because it's not.
No,
it is a rush-heavy offense, but it has a definite philosophical differences to it than what Kankakee Valley is used to. And there was a bit of consternation as Kankakee Valley lost their first game. A lot of drama going on. Is this the right program? Is this the right way to go? But you know what? What has happened since then? They've looked really impressive. Now you've got a situation where they're on the road to Lowell. Not a terribly far drive for them. Lowell, passionate right now, have something to prove against their legendary coach that had left and has taken up residence at their rivals. So it's definitely a circumstance that's very interesting. Riley Bank is an excellent running back, and he's an excellent running back who has turned into a good quarterback. He has the ability to throw, and from what it appears right now, he's just moving the ball up and down the field, and that's really important for the Lowell Red Devils.
Yeah, this is an important game for the KV defense. You know, we've seen that the teams that in their non-conference schedule, they played a lot of smaller schools, teams that are not the most dynamic of offenses or most, offenses with a bunch of ways to get points on the board. This is a big game for them, okay? Because, Ben, I coach baseball at KV.
Right.
And last year when KV varsity played against Lowell varsity, Riley Bank actually played for them. And just seeing him in person on the field, it's like, whoa, this dude's bigger than I thought he was.
Sure.
So for these kids, for the KV defense, they have to step up here. And now, hopefully, having a couple drives under their belt in this game, big game, conference season, hopefully now that they're going to start settling in and stop the Lowell Red Devils offense.
Well, he's a physical specimen, that's for sure. And there's a reason why giving him the ball every play, you're going to have your defense get worn down here. So we've got a caller here, and let's go ahead and take Al Rodriguez with an update in Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. Right now we're started our second quarter. I thought Boone Grove had a good punt return. They got down to the Hanover 45. They started a drive. It stalled. They had a completion. They went on fourth down, but they didn't make it, unfortunately. I really thought they were going to score against Hanover because nobody scored against the varsity defense yet, but they came close. So anyways, Hanover got the ball, marched down the field. 80-yard play, 80-yard march. And let me see. I tried to write my notes down, but I can't see my own handwriting. So anyway, the score is 21-0. 10 minutes left in the second quarter.
So Hanover's up 21-0. You say you can't see your handwriting. I can't even read my own handwriting, so I understand how that goes out.
I wanted to say something, if you guys don't mind. Last week, I was listening to you guys talk on the way home because I was at the Griffith game.
Okay.
All right? And you guys were talking about kickers getting their kicks blocked. Yes. And there's a propensity of that happening. Oh, that's a big word coming out of my mouth.
That is a big one.
But
That's
anyway, anyway, I had an answer for your dilemma.
Okay.
What you guys were discussing. And there were 4 words. Trajectory. I don't know if you guys remember that, but the NFL, when they first brought out soccer-style kickers, their trajectory was low, and they could put a blocker in to block the kick. I think that's what they're doing in high school.
Okay, and that very well could be. It'd be very interesting to see how that turns out. And you got to make sure that you can get that ball up and get it through the uprights.
Because remember the old-style kickers when they used to kick straight? They could always get it up real quick?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Hanover just recovered a fumble from Boone Grove. They're on their Boone Grove's 43-yard line.
All right, we appreciate the update here, Al. One more time, what is the score and time update?
10 minutes. 10 plus left in the game. Hanover 21, Boone Grove 0.
All right, thanks, Al. Seems like Hanover's taking care of business early here. We're going to move on to Jason Hill with an update from Andran and Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
Hey, quick score update here. Second quarter, still about 4 minutes to go. Andran extends the lead 21-7. Another touchdown run there by Drake Bowen. Hobart really nothing going here tonight on offense so far outside of that quick start. Taking advantage of that muff punt to start the game. But really nothing going for the Hobart offense here. 3 straight punts. And then Drain's been able to get some momentum here on offense, scoring 2 quick ones to extend this lead here. 21-7, 4 minutes to go here in the first half.
All right, Jason, quick question for you. Is this really the Drake Bowen show like it sounds like?
I mean... Andran has been doing a pretty good job mixing in the past. Like I said on the last scoring drive there, Andran receiver, I have to check my notes there for his name. Very great catch over a Hobart defender. So Andran has shown some passes here tonight. They've been working the ball through the air, but when it gets close and they've been set up inside the 10 3 times, it's hard to not give it to the running back, especially when you have a really good one.
Right.
So, I think it's been a little bit of that field position. They haven't, like I said, they set up to get the ball down the field, but they've fortunately found themselves inside the 10 3 times. So, can't blame them for trying to pound it in there.
Absolutely. We appreciate the update, Jason. One more time, what is the score and time?
3.5 minutes to go here. 21-7. Entering over Hobart.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. So I want to open up the conversation to you folks here. Andrean has found their footing. They're up 2 scores against Hobart. We thought this game might be a little bit closer than that.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought that it would be probably 21-14 or even tied right now at 14 or 21. But yeah, Andrean has really. They want to show out tonight that they are the dominant force in the NCC conference.
You know, the bottom line is they rolled their eyes at me when I said earlier when we were doing some picks that this is a state championship returning team. And yeah, okay, that was last year's team, and Hobart doesn't care about last year's team. They care about the current team. But when you win a state title, you have that talent, you have that culture, and it seems to me like Hobart or like Andrean is really catching their stride.
Yeah, like you said, it's just a matter of time before they figure some things out. You know, this is going to be 2 teams that we expect to see the top of the Crossroads Conference this year, and no doubt about it. And to see Drake Bowen taking over tonight, you know, Notre Dame commit, going to be going there next season. We expected him at some point this season to take over. It seems like early on in the season that they tried to go a little more pass-heavy with the offense, right, with Billy Henry and, you know, all them. So, yeah, it's good to see them taking advantage of Bowen on the ground.
Another game I want to talk about is Crown Point and Valpo. Steve, what was the score at that point?
The last update I had was 7-7 in the second quarter.
7-7 in the second quarter. So, from what I understand, Valpo has given up a little bit of a turnover early in the game, and Crown Point took it and scored upon it. Crown Point now has let Valpo get back into this game. What do you think some of the keys are for this game going forward as the game progresses?
You got to continue to win the turnover battle on either side.
Sure.
Definitely. A game like this, it's going to be who blinks first. You know, it's a potential Duneland championship matchup in Week 6. You know, it's going to be whoever takes a step back in this game is going to give an opportunity to the other squad, and whoever takes that opportunity might win the game.
Right, and whoever wins this game is going to have a stranglehold in the DAC early, with Maryville already losing early. Now, you could see something weird happen if Valpo wins, and then Maryville beats them next week. Now you got the 3-way tie type scenario going on. But we're looking way too far down the line because we're only in the second quarter here with these games. And I think that, you know, Valpo, you said whoever blinks first is going to be a problem. Valpo already blinked.
Yeah,
but they have recovered from that. We've all seen circumstances where a team can rebound from some of these mistakes, and I think that's what's happening with Valpo. They are a good program, after all.
I feel like that this game could come down to whoever's defense steps up and stops the other guy from, you know, making the play to win the game.
Sure.
Like, honestly, this game could come down to, like, a fumble being picked up and run into the end zone being the final score.
Like Dr. Reed Ammons said earlier in the game, this game is going to be won on the defensive end.
Yeah.
He suggests that Valpo should kind of play for a lower scoring game, and we don't know how this game's going to end up, but the bottom line is lower scoring games normally follow good defensive performances. Oftentimes, good defensive performances are a result of turnovers. So I think that right now, even though Valpo does have a turnover on their opening drive, they have rebounded from that, at least at this point, until our next update, and we'll see what the score is.
I got a question for you, Ben.
Yeah.
Being a Valpo guy, right?
Sure.
We're used to having Valpo in the limelight. You know, we talk about them consistently each week.
Sure.
This year hasn't been that way just because of the emergence of Crown Point.
Right.
How does that work in the Vikings' favor, you think?
You know, it could be a bit of a, hey, we're being disrespected type scenario. But, you know, as someone who is a Valpo alumni, you know, I was a 3-year starter for them and played a lot of downs for the green and the white. This is definitely something that I am not thinking Valpo's being overshadowed. I'm thinking that Crown Point has stolen that limelight because they have been so impressive this year. They've beaten Maryville. Crown Point has deserved all of the adulations that they've gotten. So, speaking of empty phone lines, we now have 100% full phone lines, 3 calls in a row. So we're going to go first to Gary Graven with an update. Gary, what's going on?
Quickly out to Chesterton, a Boswell to Toma 20-yard connection through the air, extra point this time, kicked and good. It is 27-7. I may have left that last score at 6 for Portage, but it's 27-7. Chesterton with 2:15 left in the first half.
All right, Gary. So it looks like Chesterton has taken over on this one. So we appreciate the update. Thank you much.
Yes, sir.
We're going to move on to Al Rodriguez with an update from Hanover on line 3. Al, what's going on?
Oh, it's getting wild out here. Hanover have you ever seen a 10-second play? I just did. It was a 54-yard run by Gana House. They missed the point after, so the score is 27-0. 8:35 left. Boone Grove just threw a deep pass that was intercepted by Hanover. They returned it back to their 34-yard line, so Hanover is threatening to score again.
So you said a 10-second play. How did that play work out?
Well, they give it to Gannon Hauser. He ran through everybody into the end zone.
All right, fair enough.
He bumped off. He looked like a bumper ball. You know, remember bumper pool? It just ricochet off of people?
Yeah.
That's what he was doing.
But moving forward the whole time. All right.
The whole time.
All right, Al, thank you. I appreciate it. One more time, what's the score and time update?
27, Hanover's got 27, Boone Grove 0. 8 minutes left in the second quarter.
All right, Al Rodriguez, thank you. Appreciate the update. We're going to move from Al. We're going to go to Reed Amons with an update from Crown Point at Valpo. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, J.J. Johnson connects with Landon Delich for a 59-yard touchdown pass and run. The extra point was good. That puts Crown Point on top of the Vikings for the time being, 14-7. There's 39 seconds to go here before halftime. And Valpo has a 4th and 3 from their right at the 50-yard line. They've called timeout to talk about what they want to do here.
Reed, what would you do right now if you're Valpo, knowing the flow of this game?
I think right now, knowing that Crown Point's going to get the ball back to start the second half, I probably would think about going for it. But Coach Marshall's going to run out the punt team here and try to pin Crown Point deep and just run out the clock here in the first half. And take that 14-7 deficit into the halftime.
How much time is left in the quarter?
Just under 39 seconds.
Just under 39 seconds.
Quarter number 2. Yeah.
So the last thing you want to do is give a strong rushing attack that has a quarterback that's shown to be explosive, the ball at the 50-yard line with 39 seconds to go. I'm more on the opinion that you would punt this ball away. So.
Yeah, and you were talking about that strong rushing offense for Crown Point. Really, Valpo's done an excellent job of containing that running. The rush defense for Valpo's been excellent, and really it's been the pass that's really hurt the Vikings tonight so far. Crown Point's, maybe had 3 or 4 long, 20 or more yard pass plays so far here in the first half. Really, it's been the big play that's been the deficit so far for the Vikings.
All right, Dr. Reed, go ahead and give us a call in the third quarter and let us know what you think. Or if you'd like, we can give us a call at halftime and kind of give us some more breakdown.
Yeah, Crown Point's going to take a knee right here.
Okay.
So this is the last play of the first half. It's 14-7 Crown Point going into halftime.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the updates.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, talk to you soon. So here we are, gentlemen. We're in a situation where, all right, 14-7 at halftime. Crown Point's getting the ball after break. We have 2 very well-coached teams. Obviously, Coach Bazia has shown that his adjustments in the second half have been excellent. To reference the Maryville game from earlier this year, what does Valpo need to do to take care of business here?
They have to get a stop on the first drive in the second half against Crown Point. They have to. Because if they don't, you see Crown Point has momentum right now.
Right.
If they go in and score, if they get another score in their second drive, I don't necessarily know if, the way this game's going.
And I tend to agree with you on that for one reason. Well, it's really 2 reasons, to be honest with you. Both Crown Point and Valpo are rushing teams for the most part. Valpo plays a running quarterback. That takes time off the clock. Did I say Valpo? Valpo runs the rushing quarterback. Crown Point has the ability to drain the clock. If you're down 2 scores from Valpo, you got to score quick. If you're Valpo in that circumstance, you got to score quick. So definitely a circumstance where Valpo's defense needs to get that stop, whether it be a turnover, a punt, whatever it is, they need to get that stop.
Yeah, that's the crucial point right now. That's where both teams are at.
Absolutely. So, hey, did we get a call? I saw we had the phone line.
Yes,
but
up. Right before we go down, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. 89.1 FM, Lakeshore Public Radio. WLPR FM Lowell.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with you. Steve Schmidt is joining us, and so is Andrew Johnson. We're going to go back to Al Rodriguez with an updated Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Oh, hi. It's gotten crazy over here. You know, Hanover got that interception. They started to march down the field. Coons threw a 9-yard pass to Barrett for a touchdown. Point after was good. Score right now is Hanover 34, Boone Grove 0. There's 7 minutes, 30 seconds left in the second quarter.
My goodness. So there's still a lot of time left in the second quarter, and Hanover is just doing what they're doing. They're steamrolling people.
They're flat passes, the quick. Another interception. Okay, the Hanover intercepted the ball again. I'm sorry, they got it on the 30-yard line. So their defense is outstanding. I mean, to watch these kids, because I'm watching the Boone Grove defensive players
right
as they set up. Most times when you start to see defensive players heads down, they're getting tired. They're running them ragged is what's happening right now.
Well, I would imagine they're running them ragged because their offense is turning the ball over frequently. So that leads to short rest periods for them. And you're going against a very strong Hanover offense that's been running through people. So it's 34-0. It looks like Hanover's going to score again.
Uh-oh.
What do we got, Al?
I'm sorry. I'm just watching the game talking at the same time. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
It's a complete pass for a first down.
We appreciate
so they're smart, and it might be RC time.
All right, fair enough. If you could, please, one more time, the score and time update.
Okay, time right now, the score right now is Hanover 34, Boone Grove 0. There is 7 minutes left in the second quarter.
All right, thank you, Al. Appreciate the update.
Take care.
All right, we're going to go from Al Rodriguez to Tim Hogan with an update on Wheeler versus Whiting. Tim, what's going on?
Right now we're at halftime. They're just starting the homecoming festivities. It's Whiting 7, Wheeler nothing.
7-0. So it's been a tight-knit game. How is this? How did we get to 7-0?
Actually, it's been a game between the 20s so far. Turnovers in the first half. Austin quarterback tonight. He's not a great night. 2 interceptions.
All right, Tim, are you there? Can you hear us, Tim? I think we've lost Tim.
Yeah, Tim, could you call us back, please?
Yeah, Tim, give us a call back if you can. I believe we lost him. We'll get an update on there, but I believe he said that it was Whiting 7, Wheeler nothing, and there was a series of turnovers going on there. Anytime you have a kind of a shutout type scenario, it's definitely a turnovers are going to lean to that.
Yeah, I mean, what more do we expect out of a Whiting and Wheeler game?
Right, a low scoring game right now. Definitely something that is a good situation for the people who like the defense, but definitely a circumstance that is interesting there, developing in Whiting and Wheeler. So I saw some communication going on here between Andrew and Steve. What was going on here?
Cathedral now leads more than 42-0.
42-0.
With 7:21 to go in the first half.
7:21 to go in the first half, so we're not even at the midway point of the second quarter. So that's a rough game. We did not expect much of a competition here from Morton. Morton's been having kind of a rough season, and Cathedral's obviously awfully tough.
Yeah.
So
it's like we said last week with Gary Graben. If you wanted to go to this game, it was to see players who are going to be playing for Division I teams next season. If they're a senior.
Well, sure. Or, to see your child play, something like that. So it's definitely one of those games where, it's going to be a little bit ugly, and it's going to be a running clock here in the second half. So speaking of running clocks, we're not quite there yet, but we're in a position where Hanover Central is up 34-0, and continuously picking the ball off, apparently, against Boone Grove here in the first half. Does any of this surprise anyone anymore?
No. It's becoming a Groundhog's Day all over again.
Yeah, it's definitely a circumstance that that it's every week by now. So, Wayne, what's going on?
I've got a question.
Sure.
Yeah.
When you schedule your, make your schedules out and stuff like that, some people will say you got to play the best that there is.
Right.
Okay. Do you really think that Morton gets anything out of playing Indianapolis Cathedral?
I don't think so, Wayne. To be honest with you, there reaches a point where you want to play the best there is, but you want to play in a weight class that you can fight in as well. I would love it. Let's say I was a boxer right now, and this was the mid-'90s. I'd love to fight the best opponent that I can at any given time, but I'm not going to go fight Iron Mike Tyson in his prime, because he would fold me in half, and I would be knocked out before I even had an opportunity to realize that I was in a boxing match. That's kind of what's going on here with Morton. Now, I got to give Morton credit. They are fearless, and to take on a team like these guys, the Fighting Irish from Cathedral, that's good. I really give them that. But at some point, you need to show, or you need to play someone that you can compete against, because you learn more through competitive, like the challenge of competing, than you do necessarily, just going out there and snapping the ball and throwing it back and forth. So it's definitely a circumstance where I think that there's maybe Morton needs to reconsider scheduling this game next year.
So do you think it's kind of a situation where even if maybe they couldn't get anybody in the area to fill that open spot like this, is it better to do a Cathedral, or is it just simply better to go across the border and play a TF South or TF North?
In fairness, right now, if you're a team like Morton, I would try to stay away for a team like Cathedral. Let's just be honest with ourselves. There's no reason to sugarcoat this. Cathedral is, a team that would give anybody in Northwest Indiana a very tough out. Anybody. So we're talking. What are some of the best teams in Northwest Indiana? You've got the Crown Point. You've got Maryville. You've got Valpo. Let's change some classes here. You've got New Prairie. You've got Andrean. Some of these schools that are powerhouses. I mean, are they Cathedral? Let's be honest with ourselves. So I don't want to fill our air too much with Cathedral news because Cathedral is obviously not in our listening audience, so that we're probably going to bore these folks here talking about Cathedral. But we're going to go on. We're going to talk to Jason Hill. Jason Hill has an update from the Andrean Hobart game. So, Jason, what's going on?
Hey guys, quick halftime score update for you. We are at the half here in Hobart. It is 21-10, Andrean over Hobart. Ryan Pimentel there right before the halftime buzzer. Kicked the field goal for the Bricks. It was about 12 yards. That wrapped up in a very odd and exciting second quarter. We saw in the second quarter there the offense for the 49ers really get going. Extending their lead to 2 touchdowns there for a little bit. Then Hobart, their last drive of the half, really took advantage of some mistakes on the Andrean defense. There was a targeting penalty that set Hobart up after a really big run by quarterback Noah Ehrlich. He had a really late hit and helmet right to the head. Fortunately, he was okay. He hopped right up. Everything was fine. But that penalty tacked on to the end of that run set them up inside the 20. There was a pass interference call in the end zone, sack, and intentional grounding, all within like 30 seconds of game time there. It seemed like forever. We finally got to the half, but not before Ryan Pimentel for the Hobart Brickies kicked the field goal from about 12 yards out. So here we stand, 21-10, Hobart trailing Andrean.
All righty, thank you, Jason. Appreciate the update. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
In Mexico, new proof of a government cover-up in the disappearance of 43 students.
Marines arrive at the dump, and this enormous planting operation goes into effect.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
On the next Radio Lab, could those leafy green critters in our garden be uprooting our idea of what it means to think? Smarty Plants on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Filmmaker Abigail Disney has covered efforts to bring peace to conflicts around the world, but for her latest film, she turns the lens on the family business, the Disney Company, where she says life for too many employees is anything but enchanted.
When you think about American business and the role it plays in American culture, it is the only place to start if you want to make life better for Americans.
That's on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
And now, your game night scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Most of these games in the region are in the second quarter or reaching the half, so let's see what's going on tonight. Starting off in the Duneland, Crown Point at Valpo, second quarter of action. The Bulldogs have a 14-7 lead. J.J. Johnson has both touchdowns for the Bulldogs, and Justin Clark with a touchdown for the Vikings. Lake Central at Michigan City. This game has been back and forth, but it's currently Lake Central 21, Michigan City 17. Maryville at LaPorte, second quarter. Maryville's up in this one 34-0. Portage at Chesterton. This one's been Chesterton tonight 27-6. Garrett Lewis with 2 touchdowns for the Trojans. EC Central at Hammond Central, second quarter. Hammond Central's up 13-0. Cathedral at Morton, second quarter. Cathedral has a 42-0 lead. Boone Grove at Hanover Central. You've heard this one from Al, as it's 41-0 in favor of the Wildcats.
Actually, Al is on hold right now, and there's been some more scoring, so let's bring him on right now and talk to him.
Hey! Hello.
Hello, Al.
Hey, what's that? It's getting wild out here. I mean, Hanover's intercepting the ball off their passes. They're scoring. It's just getting blindingly fast out here for Hanover. But anyways, Hanover scored again. Coons, Paisley on a 17-yard run scored. Almost done. This kid is strong. Anyways, right now the score is Hanover 48, Boone Grove 0. 444 is left in the second quarter. 4:44.
Al, how many touchdowns does Kyle Hazley have?
He has 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah. And Coons has thrown for 3 touchdown passes. I mean, it's getting... These kids are tired from Boone Grove. You can see it just in their behavior, how they're coming up to the line. I feel sorry for them. But, you know, this is what happens when you play high school football. You better be in shape, especially when you're going to play Hanover, because they're going to run and throw the ball all over the place.
Is there a running clock at this point?
No, it won't start till the second half.
Okay. All right, Al. Thanks a lot. Call in when you get the next score.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
And next we have Russell Broadhacker calling for the first time tonight from Maryville and LaPorte.
Hi, Russell. You there?
How's it going tonight, guys?
All right, buddy. What do you got for us?
So right now, LaPorte is down 34-0 against Maryville. Maryville is definitely in command of this game. They just entered the half, so we'll see what happens with this second half.
Who's been the big star for Maryville tonight?
Man, I've got to say their quarterback, number 1, Steve Thomas. He's just got command of his offense. He's spreading out pretty evenly through his receivers. Threw a 44-yard bomb, landed to the 1-yard line, and then they rushed it in. So they're, 3, I think, rushing touchdowns, and then the rest are just throwing. I mean, these guys are all over it. They're running an RPO. So it's that run-pass option, and LaPorte struggles with those. So they're just kind of taking command of the game, and it looks to be like they're keeping it.
All right, buddy. So give us the score and time.
34-0, and they just entered half.
All right, thank you. Call us back when the second half starts.
Gotcha, sir.
All right, we have anybody else? Oh, we want to finish. I'm sorry. Steve, you're up.
All right, continuing on with this scoreboard update. Griffith at Calumet, second quarter. Calumet has a 13-7 lead. Bishop Knoll at River Forest at the end of 1 was the last update, and River Forest is up 21-0. Haven't received an update yet for South Central at Lake Station. Wheeler at Whiting just got this one from Tim just about 10 minutes ago at the half. It's 7-0 Oilers. Andrean at Hobart, halftime. Andrean has a 21-10 lead. Highland at Munster, halftime score here, 7-0 Mustangs. And KV and Lowell, second quarter. Lowell has a 24-6 lead over the Cougars. Rensselaer at Lafayette Central Catholic. Last update was first quarter of action, 7-7, all tied up. Knox and LaVille, 7-6 at the half. Winamac at Culver Community 26-20. Culver at the end of 3. And last update for West Central and South Newton was 28-20. West Central also at the half. So what do you guys think about that, Wayne and Andrew?
Well, I'll tell you, you said West Central's a 28-20. 28-20. Wow. Okay, so Central came back. They were down 2 points, but at least they made a comeback here, and it's at the half, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And now we can bring on Gary Graven to join us.
It's halftime out at Chesterton. A pretty dominant half for the Trojans, 27-7. Chesterton, again, Portage helping them out with turnovers, short fields for Chesterton, 1 pick six. Just a very dominant half for Chesterton as they took control early in this game.
Gary, looks like Garrett Lewis is having another great game.
He is a tremendous kid. He is one of those guys who you think is just going to plow through you, but he's also got some speed and he's got good hands for a power back. So again, he's doing yeoman's work here for Chesterton. They're leaning on him pretty good, but he looks like he can handle this kind of load. He is playing very well and has been most of this season. He has been playing a very solid running back here for Chesterton.
For the Andrean at Hobart, 21-10, Andrean, after a rough start, Hobart taking the lead, looks like Andrean has kind of got it going.
This is what we talked about this, that the Hobart offense just is not in sync yet. And I don't know what, I haven't talked to anyone at Hobart here. I don't know what's a little different about this group this year, but they're having a little trouble scoring and finishing off drives. So it's interesting here that Andrean has done that. So if we recap here, Wayne, I believe KV is losing to Knoll. Is that correct?
Yes, they're losing.
I believe Hobart is losing to Andrean. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, and wait, just to make sure, Valpo is losing to Crown Point, right?
Right.
And what do those T-shirts say across the table from you?
I think that they've been erased.
that would be hoodlum vandalism from one Wayne Satana.
Yeah,
it's only halftime. Things can happen.
Yep, that's right. It's only halftime.
That's right. So we'll save the bigger talk for about an hour from now.
Okay.
Maybe your wife can call you off sick the rest of the night, Wayne.
All right. Well, thanks, Gary. Give us a call when the third quarter starts.
Yeah, like I said, I think this is going to be a rough one for Portage to come back. I think Chesterton has control here.
I totally agree. All right. Thanks, Gary.
Yes, sir.
Well, Steve, I'm going to ask you first here. I'll ask Andrew here also. 7-0 over Highland Munster. Is that a surprise to you?
I'm not surprised that Munster's up, but I'm surprised that it's such a low-scoring game, to be honest with you. We know the option offense that Munster's shown this year, and we know that Highland's defense hasn't been up to status quo. But I'm surprised that Highland's stepping up tonight, playing against their arch rival.
Likewise. Also, we have Chuck on hold right now with an update from Kankakee Valley and Lowell.
All right, Chuck, are you there?
Yeah, we just got to halftime here, guys. We got Lowell 24, Kankakee Valley 13. Lowell scored on their third touchdown, was a 5-yard run from Chris Skinner. The kick was good by Caden Britton. Kankakee Valley just scored just before half on a 10-yard pass from Diego Herrero to Caleb Deerdorf. The extra point was good by Evan Mish. And that's where we stand right now. Lowell 24, Kankakee Valley 13.
Well, it looks like KV in the second half is going to have to come out and do some more throwing.
Yeah, they may have to. I mean, he's only completed one pass out of like 6, I think, or 10 times he's thrown tonight. He's only completed 2 of 10. So, and they may have to come out and throw a little more tonight. The running game has picked up a little bit. Castro is picking up a few yards. They did get a nice drive there just before half, even though it was a crazy penalty-filled last 2 minutes of the first half. And if that was on film, boy, that's going to be something to see. But anyways, we're at halftime. It's a homecoming for Lowell tonight, and they're up by 11 points.
Well, Chuck, what do you attribute to the low, scoring here, 24 points in this game?
Riley Bank is really tough to stop. I mean, he's getting 6-7 yards every time he's running the ball. He's got on 13 carries. I got him for 115 yards plus the 2 scores. So he's been their offense tonight as far as running. He's thrown the ball for 84 yards on 5 attempts. So he's having a good night. I think for KV to win, they're going to have to stop Riley Bank, from running the ball so efficiently.
All right, Chuck, thanks. Give us the score and time.
We are at halftime with a Lowell up 24-13 on Kankakee Valley.
Thanks, Chuck. Call us back when you can.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, Andrew.
Yeah.
Any really surprises for you tonight?
No, I think most of these games, they're going about the way that we predicted them, except for your pick for the Andre and Hobart game. Everything else is kind of going as we expected. I mean, the Crown Point Valpo game is living up to its expectations as a defensive battle, which I saw some chatter online about that earlier this week, saying that it really was going to come down to whoever's defense made the most stops, and it's kind of living up to that message right now.
Steve?
My surprises for the night? Is that what you're...
so far, the first half.
Well, I'm going to talk about a game that we haven't talked about yet just because we don't have a correspondent out at. East Chicago Central and Hammond Central. We see that EC Central's off to a tough start this year. Hammond Central exceeding our expectations, currently at a 4-1 record. Favorable schedule the rest of the way. And on paper, this looks like an easy win for Hammond Central, right? Big score, 13-0 in the second quarter.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the low scoring for Hammond Central. They put numbers on the board. Jordan Woods is an outstanding player. But they've got other players, too. This Harrington kid is a surprise, and he's very good. Woods' brother, is a running back. So I was looking for more also. Another game we haven't touched on much. Are you surprised at Lake Central at Michigan City? Lake Central is up 21-17.
This was one of the games I had circled tonight, if I'm being honest with you. Just because...
No, I want you to be honest.
Huh?
I want you to be honest.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good we cleared that up now. But we know that Lake Central, Xavier Williams, they're starting back in the backfield. It seems as though Michigan City's contained him tonight, but Lake Central's brought out another weapon tonight. Marion Brooks has 2 touchdowns for the Indians. So it's going to be interesting to see how Michigan City is able to, their defensive front seven, it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to try to contain that, those 2 running backs.
I agree. And I Michigan City at home, they just it seems that they have a lot of talent, but it just doesn't seem that they are coordinated and getting enough scoring. Maybe an unfortunate turnover here or there. I really thought that Michigan City would be in the thick of the Duneland right now, and especially playing at home.
Right. I keep going back to the last couple points I've been making the last couple of weeks is they got off to a slow start last year and they won the regional. But right now, I'm not going to say it's tough to see them making a turn, but the more and more that these weeks go on and they're losing these conference matchups, it's making it tough to notice or tough to anticipate them making a deep playoff run again.
As I look down here, Hanover Central, 48 points against Boone Grove, and right below them, Calumet's only up 13-7.
Speaking of which, Al's on the line right now.
All right, Al, you there?
Yes, I am. Well, I get to say this. It's double nickel time here. Hanover did score again.
Oh, my God.
41 yards. Let me see. Coons run. That kid's got some speed. That's one thing I'm looking at is the speed of Hanover. I mean, you got Coons, Bartolomeo, Howes. I mean, Paisley. Those kids are good size, and they are fast.
Yeah.
On this turf, they are very fast. And they're playing back and forth. They're playing offense and defense, so they get to the runner quick. But anyways, it's halftime right now. Score of the half is Hanover 55, Boone Grove 0.
All right, Al, we appreciate the update. It looks like another running clock here, guaranteed at least for a bit in the last half. I'll go ahead and give us a call back, when some things turn here and,
Okay.
just see what we got going on. I appreciate the update.
All right, take care. Bye.
Take care. So, of course, Hanover is continuing their dominance over opponents. Now, not exactly a surprise this week, but at what point do you just need to pick your jaw up off the ground about how week in and week out they are just dominating people? No one has scored against their starting offense. That is an incredible situation. Wow.
Yeah, and that is an incredible thing. Wow, their defense is so good, and maybe it's because of their quickness. That's a certain possibility, but they have a lot of talent, and I really had wished that maybe they moved into the Crossroads this year because they are so deep.
Right, I don't.
You don't.
As the KV fan speaks up.
They're going to dominate this season, and
right.
When it comes down to Calumet, Calumet was putting up huge numbers early on, first couple of weeks, just like Hanover. But boy, now they're up 13-7, and they're at home against Griffith.
I have an interesting theory about not the lack of points for Calumet, but not the gaudy numbers that they put up. What if that they've already looked ahead to Hanover in a nutshell, just here and there, just looking at the film a little bit, seeing what they might view as a weakness of the Wildcats, and they're working on that now. So when they get to that Week 9 matchup, they have something on them.
Well, that's a possibility. I mean, my problem with it is, Ben, when we were talking early in the season here, I was reading off, the top passer, the top scorer, the top tackler, the top in the area were all from Calumet.
Right.
But it just doesn't seem that they've been consistent late in the season here.
Right.
Continuing to score like they did early on. I don't think that they're looking ahead.
No.
But I do think that, maybe other teams now have them on tape. And they're starting to adjust.
That could be. I will say this much about the, looking ahead, thinking that Hanover's on the horizon. You can't overlook any opponent, and the proof is they're only up by 6 points right now. If anything can happen in a one-score game. I'm a Purdue fan. And the way Purdue lost last week, it was a one-score game almost the entire game. Then all of a sudden there was 30 points scored in the second half or the fourth quarter, and then some other weird things happened at the end of the Purdue game. But the bottom line is, you can't sandbag an opponent because any opponent can come back and take care of you if you keep it a close game. And I don't think that in this circumstance, Calumet is in any position to allow Griffith, a team that they are the underdog here. Calumet should be taking care of business here. They can't sandbag just because they're looking ahead towards a perceived greater opponent.
Well, I can certainly empathize with this concept because the last 2 weeks IU is down and came back in the last minute to win a game. So Calumet better wake up.
They better wake up. Any team can bite you. They really can. This isn't a circumstance where it's Cathedral versus Morton, where we didn't think there was going to be much of a fight there because of just how big of a talent differential there is. But the bottom line is, any team, especially these teams that are familiar with each other, they can at any point take care of business. You can never put a team away as soon as you can. So maybe Calumet they could be having a bad week. Maybe it's a circumstance where maybe Griffith is having a really good week. Any given Friday at this point, some strange things can happen.
Yep, I totally agree. Steve, What is the Knox-LaVille score?
Last update I had was 7-6 Knox.
Knox, yeah.
And that, a game just like that, I expect a score like that.
Yeah, I do too, because both of them like to run the ball. Both of them play good defense. And like I said, Knox is 3-2. LaVille is 4-1, and I know that LaVille has a good program.
Yeah, quietly. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to talk too much about it just because we don't cover them as in depth as we do like the Duneland and the Crossroads. But that Hoosier North Conference is actually pretty competitive. I was snooping around a little bit yesterday just because when I was working on these matchups a little bit, I peeked into that, and there's like the top 4 teams are all within a half a game of each other, or a game.
Wow.
And anytime you have that competition there, each game means more, and each game means more. Anytime you have that circumstance where we lose one game here, we're out, or we win this game, we can be in the driver's seat. That's the type of competition that you want to breed. That's the kind of competition that you want to live in because it creates excitement week in and week out.
Steve, do we have a score from North Judson?
I have not got one yet, but I will be on the prowl looking for it right now.
Okay.
All right, Steve's going to go prowling for that lookout. And when I walked in for my little break here, we were chatting about Michigan City. Mm-hmm. And right now, the last update we heard was 24-21 at halftime. Michigan City is winning. That's my update that I saw on my break. Michigan City's been a conundrum here, and they're a really talented team, but they just haven't been able to put it together so far this year, and I'm a little bit confused by that one.
I am too. They have an outstanding halfback in Jaden Hart.
Right.
Had a big game last week. Their Tyler Bush is their quarterback. They've always had talent, but they've struggled at home. And I thought this was going to be a situation where if Lake Central could get a little lead, they could probably hold on. Now, it's only halftime, but
sure.
Lake Central and Coach Good have really developed, and they used Xavier Williams very, very well. But when you take him away, Lake Central needs to have other people step up.
Right. So from one LaPorte County team to another, we've got Russell Brodacker with an update from Maryville at LaPorte. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So I talked to some of the coaches after halftime. From the LaPorte side, basically they were just, pretty fired up at the players. They were telling them to stick with their reads and stay with their assignments. Basically going into the second half at 0-34, they're like, we got to see something, we got to do something. So that was their message to the players. On the Maryville side, they were just saying don't let the score get in the way. Play the game that they know how to play and the way that they've been playing. Following the kickoff, because Maryville deferred, I think we're about to see LaPorte's first touchdown. Sorry, guys. Nope, almost. They deferred, so LaPorte kicked it off to Maryville. Maryville just threw an interception. Robbie Rampa was the one with that for the Slicers. That was the first big turnaround for them. So hopefully we get to see some new life for the Slicers going into the second half.
So, Russell, it appears that Maryville has made a mistake to potentially allow LaPorte back into this game. Obviously, the score's a little bit lopsided right now. Do you think that LaPorte has it in them to continue this comeback, or is this more of a one-off?
I'd hate to count anybody out. I've seen crazier stuff happen with sports, so I'd love to see a comeback here. And I think it would just be, Maryville's downfall if they thought that. If they thought LaPorte's down and out and this is just going to be an easy rest of the second half. So, judged on that mentality, we'll see LaPorte stick in it.
Russell, is R.J. Anglin playing quarterback?
Oh, no, that was I was talking to the freshman coach earlier. So last game versus Lake Central, he broke his collarbone.
Oh, my.
Yeah, so he is out for the rest of the season. This was his senior year, so that was a heartbreaking story. According to the coach, he's been hurt almost every year. He's gone 2 torn ACLs, and this collarbone just really kept him down and out.
Wow.
Oh, that's too bad.
That is too bad.
And he's been a dynamic quarterback and shown a lot of promise. And as one player in myself who can sympathize with it, my career was cut short by injuries. You really have to give it your heart goes out to a player that had a bright future in athletics ahead of him for things to continually happen to him. So your heart goes out to the young man.
Oh, most certainly. Right now they have a sophomore quarterback, number 5, Hickle. They didn't really change the offensive scheme, introducing him in there. From what I understood throughout the week, they just really worked on the kid's timing, just trying to get him used to the varsity speed. He's been showing some really great looks, though. He's really agile outside of the pocket, and he's not afraid to throw the ball. Where AJ definitely had the cannon, throwing 40-some yard passes down the line, but this kid's right there with him. I'm watching him right now. He just threw a little bubble pass out there, hit him right in the numbers. So this kid isn't too bad, man. I'd love to see him next year and the year after, but it is a heartbreaking story with AJ.
Sure.
And, we wish the speedy recovery for him for sure.
Absolutely. One more time, Russell, what is the score and time update?
All right, it is 9 minutes, 45 seconds into the second half. The score is 0-34, Maryville leading.
All right, thank you, Russell. I appreciate it. A lot of excitement so far this game. Games are starting to get into the second half. There's going to be a lot more action ahead. But until then, we're going to take a break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
I think the main reason why I love Bullseye is Jesse's ability to really ask sincere questions. I'm Jesse Thorne.
This week, I'll talk with Bobby Moynihan, Saturday Night Live alum, voice actor, and now children's book author. Plus, Chris Estrada, creator and star of the new TV show, This Fool. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Kwasu plunged into college, Berkeley. In the 1990s, Securin only knew about popular culture and politics. Then he learned about friendship.
We need people to complicate and challenge us as much as we need people around us that complete us in obvious ways.
The New Yorker writer discusses his memoir, Stay True, on the Weekend Edition Saturday from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
For decades, HBO has meant TV that pushes the envelope.
They were the original Netflix. They were a disruptor in the space, willing to sort of come in at a time when prestige and television were not synonymous.
But now that HBO's parent company has merged with Discovery, that might be changing. How HBO transformed television and what the future of prestige TV might look like. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, we're back here. This is Ben Kolzinski joining with Wayne Svetnoff, and I want to start off by saying thank you to Lighthouse Whole Food Grill for taking care of the Game Night crew this evening. I really do mean take care of the Game Night crew. Some of the most delicious food that we've had. If you're looking for healthy fast food options that is packed with flavor, check out Lighthouse Whole Food Grill in Hobart. Lighthouse offers salads, wraps, bowls, tacos, quesadillas, and fettuccine Alfredo bowls. Just fantastic. You can visit Lighthouse Whole Food Grill at 1403 South Lake Park Avenue in Hobart. That's right by the hospital there. Again, that's 1403 South Lake Park Avenue in Hobart. Just delicious food, and next time I'm in Hobart, I'm going to have to check that one out.
Me too. And don't forget about NIPSCO, our sponsor for years and years, has been right here with us, whether it be Game Night, whether it be Scoreboard. They have been there. They have supported us. We really appreciate all they do for Northwest Indiana, all they do for this radio station and the TV station. So thank you, NIPSCO, for being there.
NIPSCO electrifying us here, and we've got Dr. Reed Amons going to electrify the airwaves here right now. So, Reed, what's going on out there with Valpo and Crown Point?
Well, Crown Point got the opening possession of the second half, and they started on their own 15-yard line and drove the ball 85 yards in a drive that did not feature a pass. It was strictly runs that was capped off by a 5-yard touchdown run by J.J. Johnson. On the extra point, there was an offsides penalty on Valparaiso, so that made half the distance to the goal. So Crown Point elected to go for it for the 2-point conversion, which failed. That put Crown Point ahead 20-7 here in the third quarter. On the next possession for the Vikings, they just threw an interception to Crown Point. Crown Point gets the interception on their own 33-yard line. So right now there's 6.5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Crown Point already on top 20-7, and they have the ball back on their own side of the field at the 33.
Reed, I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit. Have you seen a better quarterback this year than J.J. Johnson?
Off the top of my head, I was really impressed with Ulrich from Holbert. He played a tremendous game against Maryville in the game that I saw. J.J. Johnson's done a very nice job tonight, really with his arm in the first half and so far with his leg here in the second half. But I'd put him certainly right there on the top with many of the ones I've seen so far this year.
So, Reed, with J.J. Johnson in that weapon and obviously the running game for Crown Point, how is Crown Point just taking care of business here? Is it mostly on the ground? Is it through the air? Like you said, the last drive was all running, but is that just wearing Valpo down, you think?
Yeah, I think they made some halftime adjustments, certainly. We're doing a little bit more misdirection. Here goes J.J. Johnson again for about 11 yards here on the first play of this current drive. And, they're really just, I think, wearing down Valpo defense, the front seven. In the first half, like you said, it was a lot through the air, some big plays, some big passes that, we had the 59-yard touchdown pass to Landon Dellitz. And some big explosive offensive plays that way. Valpo's defense did an excellent job against the run in the first half. Here in the second half, it's been the opposite. It's been Crown Point kind of wearing down on the front seven for Valpo and kind of pushing them around a little bit here and getting some big plays on the ground.
All right, Dr. Reed, one more time. What is the score and time update?
Yeah, there's 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Another big run by Crown Point, but they're already ahead 20-7 and starting to threaten again here in the third quarter with about 5 minutes to go. They're inside the Valpo 40-yard line to the 39 as the waning minutes of the third quarter are happening.
All right, thanks, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
So, Wayne, it sounds like we have a Valpo on the ropes here, and that's pretty surprising right now. I thought Valpo was going to be able to, hang a little bit tougher, but they got to be able to put points up.
Yeah, and they've got to be able to stop the Crown Point offense. You know what I'm impressed with is the strategy that Bazia is using here. First half, he lets Johnson open up, throw the ball a little bit, get a little lead, then comes back in the second half and starts playing pound the football.
Right. And speaking of two teams that like to pound the football, we've got an update from Jason Hill here with an update from Andrean and Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
We are into the third quarter here with about 8 minutes to go in the third. Hobart cuts the lead to 4, 21-17. Andrean still leads this one. About the best start to the second half here. Good answer for the Rickies. They made the 59ers punt on their first possession to open the half. Hobart took that ball down and in for a touch. Trey Gibson, 4-yard touchdown run to cut this lead to 4 here. So third quarter starting out just the way the Rickies would like to see it. Quick penalty here on the 59ers backs them up inside their own 15. So see if this Ricky defense can keep on track here with this Ricky offense in the third quarter.
So, Jason, a quick question. Gibson's coming off of an injury. How is he looking so far today?
He's been looking okay. He's been, I've noticed he was sitting kind of corner of the end zone. Watching him cut, he's still quick. You see his speed still there. He looks okay. It's just not a lot of room so far. But finally gets his name called here inside the 10. He's able to punch it in. But he does look okay. Doesn't look like he's favored anything. Doesn't look like he's really limited in any way. Like I said, had a couple of nice jump cuts for some nice runs, but there's really just no room in that first half for him to run.
Well, obviously, we all know Andrean has a pretty stout defense. They do have 5-star recruits on their defense, and we know they're pretty talented. What does Andrean need to do to try to quell this momentum and extend this lead out?
I think they just need to move the ball here on this drive. They can't go 3-and-out again to start this third quarter or start this half and give Hobart that much more momentum. It really extended this drive, take some time off the clock here. Hobart had a long drive, to open up the half there. So they took the clock off. So then get to the fourth quarter up 4, or maybe you do score on this possession here, and you're up 11 or 12. That would make a big difference here as we kind of get to the end.
All right, Jason, I appreciate it. One more time, the score and time update.
21-17, Andrean leads Hobart with about 7.5 to go.
In the third quarter, right?
In the third.
All right. All right. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, Wayne. It seems like there's been quite a bit of excitement in that game. We were almost going to write Hobart off as maybe they're going to get taken out of this game pretty easily, but it seems like they're fighting back, and we knew there was a lot of fight in this Bricky team.
And it's at home, and they're obviously Coach Osika is an excellent coach, and he's making halftime adjustments to where now Hobart has some momentum.
Right.
And even though Andrean is still up, by 4, Andrean's going to have to put a drive together here to keep the momentum on their side.
Now, is this a circumstance where you go back to the Drake Bowen show? When the game gets a little bit binding, you have to lean on some of your more experienced, more talented players. Is this a circumstance where you go, all right, Mr. All-American, let's get the ball. Let's run it up and down the field. I think that Drake Bowen has it in him. He's awfully skilled at a running back position.
Right, and that offensive line has to start to, if not dominate, they have to start to at least negate some of the pressure Hobart's having. Bowen can't do it by himself, but he is such a quality back that he can squeeze through little holes. It's just the offensive line that has to open him up for him.
It all starts in the trenches, right? And we all know that Hobart traditionally has very good linemen on both the offense and the defense. And Andrean as well. You don't win these championships. You don't have such a storied program without having good linemen. And when you have these good battles there, it's definitely a circumstance where things can get really exciting, and it all hinges upon the trenches.
It does, and when you look at this game, you've got 2 outstanding coaches. Coach Skinner led Andrean to a championship last year. Coach Osika has always have very, very tough teams at Hobart, which is a tradition. That's why this is such a great matchup.
Absolutely, And I kind of wanted to go back to the Valpo Crown Point game right now. This is our game of the week. Crown Point is in a position here to really take over and pretty much end Valpo's shot at the DAC unless some strange things happen. What does Valpo need to do to get back into it?
Well, number one is they have to make sure that they score before Crown Point does. If Crown Point goes up 27-7, it's going to be really tough for Valpo to come back. And in order to do that, and this is the dichotomy here, in order to do that is the fact that they have to stop J.J. Johnson.
Right.
Valpo does.
Right.
And right now they haven't done that. Johnson has 3 touchdowns. I've got him for 3. He could have 4. But this is just a situation where, Valpo has to score quickly.
Right.
And then put up a good, strong defense, even if it's only one series.
Right.
If they can just stop Crown Point for one series and get some momentum, they could be back in the ballgame.
They very well could, and you say they have to stop J.J. Johnson, and if anything is easier said than done, it's something that you just said right there.
Right.
That's why I have been so high and keen on Crown Point so far this season. They have a quarterback that can throw the ball. He can also run. They have a running back that can, dice up a defense. They have a line that can get a push. And their defense is still one of the best in Northwest Indiana. They have a bunch of, all-conference, all-state wrestlers on their defense. Those are the types of players that you want on that defense, that tenacious attitude that just, no, we're going to do what we want. We're going to take care of it. And Valpo's got a tall task ahead of them. I'm not so sure they're designed to score fast. They're more of a rushing offense this year. They don't have Logan Lockhart anymore who's going to bomb away. They got a tall task ahead of them.
Crown Point, another impressive thing is, this is Valpo's homecoming.
Right.
Crown Point is at Valpo, never an easy place to play.
No.
And they are just doing the business. They just following their game plan and running over people.
Right, like you said, it's a business trip for Crown Point. They know exactly what they want to do. They're going to get off the bus running, and they're going to run. And oh, you know what? I don't feel like running this play. I want to throw it over the top of you. Such a dangerous combination. Very excited to see how this Crown Point team is moving forward. So, did we have an update from, while I was on my break, the Kankakee Valley game?
Last score was Lowell 24, KV 13.
24-13, so they're 2 scores down here. Kankakee Valley needs to start putting some air underneath that ball. They need to score fast and rushing the ball. They got to make sure that if they do it, they're making big chunk yardage because the clock will continue to tick.
Now, Chuck DeMoss, our correspondent from down there at the Inferno, said that the most recent score for Kankakee Valley was on a pass.
Okay.
So they opened up, and I said to Chuck, do you think that KV will start to throw it more? And his response was, well, at one point, the quarterback was like 2 for 10.
Okay.
So, that's kind of a tough thing if you don't have a lot of confidence in throwing the ball.
Well, sometimes the game dictates that you have to.
That's right.
And we're getting to that point. I always go back to my Purdue Boilermakers. They can't run the ball to save themselves. They have to throw the ball. And so it's definitely a circumstance where you just have to, the game will dictate. You just have to do it. And we'll have to see if KB can rise to the occasion there.
Also sounds like a Matt Canada offense if you're a Steelers fan. Unfortunately, that's a problem that you see in all levels of football that's in some shape or form, where you can't run the ball, so you go to the air and it just doesn't work.
Right, and not all teams are designed for that. You always want to take your skill set, your players, and put them in position to succeed. And if you don't have the players to be a tremendous passing attack, it gets to be a little bit difficult there. I would love to be able to run the wing T every game, but you need 3 running backs to be able to do that. Not every team has that, and not every team has J.J. Johnson, the ability to both run or pass. There's the Chris Mullins of the world that can sling the ball all over the place. These are rare talents, and not every team has those, so it's going to be very interesting. So at this point, I'd like to go over some of the surprises that we have. Andrew, what is one of the surprises that you have to this point?
Surprises? That... Honestly, there aren't really many tonight. Besides, the only one I can really say is Calumet struggling to score against Griffith. But at the same time, Griffith is 1-6 right now, or 1-6. They want to make a statement tonight that they are better than their record, and so far they're proving it against Calumet, giving them all they could take, and keeping the game within reach.
That's a good point. It's only a 1-score game. Calumet is on the top 10. What did they end up getting? They're number 8 on the top 10 for you, Wayne. Did you see a bit of a struggle coming from Calumet this week?
Not this week. I really didn't. And that's not. I'm not trying to say Griffith isn't capable of beating them, but no, I thought Calumet would come back. Last week, Calumet struggled to put points on the board. That worried me. Now they've come back with only 13 against Griffith, and I don't mean only that because Griffith doesn't have a defense. They do.
Right.
They could upset the Calumet. And we have talked about this, coming from behind and, letting teams hang around. I think that's a worry of all coaches, is that you have a little lead, and it's a situation where you should be maybe having scored more points, Andrew.
Yeah.
I just think that, the Calumet coaches have to be frustrated offensively right now.
I agree. And, next week they go to South Bend Clay, then they're home for River Forest, and then the big one at the end of the season, Hanover comes to Calumet to play them. So if you're struggling to score right now, if you can win, fine. But you have to fix it before that last game of the season gets Hanover. If you want to win the conference,
that's definitely
right. And the key point there is fix it, because 1 game, 2 games, whatever, you can go through a 2, 3, even 4 game stretch where your offense just isn't clicking, and all of a sudden, the right spark, the right thing, you find it. Obviously, Calumet has athletes on their team. Some of the premier wide receivers in Northwest Indiana with these just gaudy passing numbers and some of the good rushing numbers that they have. There is talent there, and talent can trump. They can get you out of that slump real fast.
And the thing is, we're talking about Calumet here, and they're not scoring many points and stuff. They're 5-0. And
right.
I mean, so even though they're not scoring, they're winning games, and that's a positive. Coaches will take that into the locker room. They'll say, "Okay, kids, we didn't score 55 points like Hanover did, but we're still winning games."
Absolutely. So, there's still motivation there. There's still things to play for, and we're going to reach the 9 o'clock hour here, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Does the color, the taste, the smell of peeling and eating an orange, does it hit differently depending on where you stand? Either outside a prison cell or in one. On the next Snap Judgment, the 5 senses. Snap Judgment, storytelling with a beat. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
We come across a particularly good pile of junk. And I know it's a good pile because my mom always had a saying. My mom, every time we come across like a good pile, she'd always be like, she'd look at me and be like, sometimes it pays to be poor.
Join us for stories of bravery, longing, and the awkwardness of being an adolescent. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
From the beginning, parents of 43 missing students in Mexico didn't trust their government's investigation.
All we could think was, this is a historic lie.
Now, proof the government faked key evidence.
Marines arrive at the dump, and this enormous planting operation goes into effect.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
You're listening to 89.1 FM, Lakeshore Public Radio. Listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. WLPR FM Lowell.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, we're getting into the fourth quarter for some of the Northwest Indiana football action. My name is Ben Kolodzinski. I'm joined here with Wayne Svetnoff and Andrew Johnson. We've got Reed Amons with an update from Crown Point versus Valpo. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, 2 possessions ago for the Vikings, the Crown Point defense did an excellent job of stopping Valparaiso from picking up a first down, and then that forced a punt, but there was a bad snap on the punt. The ball was then down to the 3-yard line. J.J. Johnson runs it in from 3 yards out on the very next play. The extra point is good. That put Crown Point ahead 27-7. The Crown Point defense came up big again, forcing another 3-and-out. That forced the Valparaiso punt. Crown Point took over right at the 50-yard line. And on the first play from scrimmage, J.J. Johnson connects with Landon Delich. That gets the ball inside the 5-yard line. It looks like it's down to the 2. Down to the 2, there's a flag that came out, and it looks like that's going to be a face mask call on Valparaiso, which will make a half the distance to the goal. So Crown Point clearly in control at this point, 27-7. They have the ball first and goal from the 1-yard line as J.J. Johnson looks to lead the Crown Point Bulldogs to another score.
So this is, Reed, right at this point, it's Johnson's 4th touchdown. Crown Point, if they score again, this does not bode well for the Vikings.
Yeah, J.J. Johnson, 3 touchdowns on the ground up to this point and 1 through the air to Landon Delich. That last play was a 1-yard touchdown run just now by J.J. Johnson, his 4th rushing touchdown of the night, 1 through the air for 5 total touchdowns. It looks like we have a pending extra point, but right now Crown Point on top 33-7. Was just under a minute to go here in the third quarter.
So, Reed, while they're kicking this extra point or going for 2, depending on what they decide, how has Crown Point taken this game over?
Yeah, it's really been on the ground here. They had the 1 long pass just now, but really it's been on the ground here. They've really taken control of time of possession. They've been able to move the line of scrimmage in their favor. The extra point was good, by the way. That puts Crown Point ahead 34-7. But Crown Point definitely in charge here in the second half. It was a 14-7 game at halftime, but Crown Point's been able to rattle off 20 straight points here in the second half.
All right, Dr. Reed, one more time, the score and time update, please.
Yeah, we have Crown Point on top of Valparaiso, 34-7. There's 48 seconds to go here in the third quarter, and Crown Point's getting ready to kick off to Valparaiso.
All right, thanks, Dr. Reed. Let us know as things progress.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, thank you much. That's Dr. Reed Amons giving us a little bit of almost a shocker here. I mean, I expected a Crown Point victory, but I didn't expect it to be this lopsided. And, one person that did kind of expect a little bit of a victory here for the Crown Point Bulldogs is Gary Graben. And as we know, Gary Graben is always right. Gary, what's going on?
You said it, not me, buddy. I'm going to tell you, before we get to this update from Chesterton, J.J. Johnson is just, week after week, is just amazing. He makes the right decisions, whether it's in the RPO, his passing accuracy is great. He's a tough runner. I mean, it is just his world, and we're living in it right now because this is the year of J.J. Johnson. And I know we have Drake Bowen, who's obviously the best recruit out of the area, but when you think about a high school football player doing everything he can and should to elevate his team, it is J.J. Johnson.
Gary, I can't agree with you more. At this point in the season, we're only halfway there. J.J. Johnson's my MVP of Northwest.
Oh, easily. I think, again, when you think about where this Crown Point team was, and obviously kudos to the coaches, too, and the out-of-season work that all the boys put in, but J.J. Johnson, again, if you haven't seen this guy, we talk a lot about players people need to see. J.J. Johnson is probably not an NFL player, but when you think about high school football and getting the most out of what your talents are in your system, this is in the 99th percentile. He is tremendous. If people have not heard our interview that Steve and Andrew and I did with JJ in week 2, I believe it was, it's archived. They can take a listen. If you just listen to him talk, he is an unbelievable young man. He's composed. He's intelligent. And he's tough as heck because he takes a lot of hits every week, too. But again, this is just a remarkable performance for a very remarkable team.
Well, and you also got to keep in mind he's respectful, he's intelligent, and those are all the qualities that you look for in a leader. And I know that's the type of player that you want. And I know Wayne had something to add on to that.
No, I was just going to say that J.J. Johnson may not end up going to a Notre Dame or Southern Cal or whatever, or LSU. He may not go there, but I definitely am convinced that wherever he goes, he's going to play the next level in college. There's going to be a coach that takes him and redesigns his offense to this option to take advantage of his skills because he can play.
Too bad.
Well, it's a coach who can think outside the box because he's a system quarterback. You know what I mean? You're not just going to throw him back there and say throw 30 times.
Right.
He's got to have a system that works for him and that uses his intelligence. And his intelligence is really on display when you see him play. I'm sure tonight you're going to see highlights where you will see his intelligence at work. He is just a remarkable young man. A lot of years of meeting kids, but he stands out as one of these kids. Even when I just met him a few weeks ago, he stands out as one of these outstanding young men. And 10 years from now, if we do a "Where Are They Now?" I'll be very curious because he has success written all over him.
I'm not even so sure if he does play at the next level that he would be a quarterback. He's such a dynamic athlete; he could be a receiver, and get him the ball, do double passes, and things along those lines. The bottom line is that's the type of individual you want on your team, that leadership and that composure that you want. He could play anywhere on the field within his skill set and do a fine job. But
didn't he used to play receiver?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. So, all right, Gary, you do have
out of Chesterton, Brady McCormick in at quarterback here in the second half, a 1-yard touchdown plunge, extra point good. It is 34-7 Chesterton over Portage as we near the end of the third quarter.
So I don't think Portage has it in them to have a comeback in them to break Chesterton's heart one more time.
No, this is clearly Chesterton's best performance of the year so far. Again, people have been kind of wondering where this has been. Again, obviously, we know Portage has a lot of holes this year, but still a good performance for Chesterton. An interesting game, just peeking at next week, it's Chesterton at Lake Central. And that's one of those games, where it's going to be a difficult game to pick because those are two teams fighting for that next level of ground in the Duneland Conference.
Right.
And I think for Chesterton, obviously they're coming off a high, and I don't know what the last score you guys have on Lake Central is, but I know that's a tough one out at Michigan City tonight.
Michigan City 24, Lake Central 21.
Wow. And then Chesterton finishes the year with, I think, Crown Point and Maryville. So they still have tough games ahead. But at least tonight, the ship seems to have been righted, and they have been a lot, and diversity of scoring here. A pick, Garrett Lewis, one pass from Boswell to Toma, and then Brady McCormick. So another thing coaches like to see is a variety of scoring here.
All right, Gary, our phone lines are filling up. I appreciate all the updates. Thank you, and looking forward to hearing more from you.
You got it, guys.
All right, thank you much. We'll go from Gary Graben to Chuck DeMoss on line 2. Chuck DeMoss, what's going on at Kankakee Valley versus Lowell?
Yeah, we had no score in the third quarter, so we're still at 24-13, just starting the fourth quarter when Lowell does have the ball down on the 3-yard line, getting ready to punch one in here. And put KV down by more than 2 scores. So if KV can come up with a big stop here, it would be big for their side right now. But they're really going to have to stop them here to stay in this game.
Chuck, this has kind of been the Riley Bank operation tonight, hasn't it?
Yeah, Riley Bank just ran it in from 2 yards out. So he's got his third touchdown of the night. He's over 175 yards on about 20 carries tonight. So he's really put on a good show tonight for Lowell.
All right, Chuck, it seems like this game is kind of opening up the lead here. One more time, what is the time and score update?
Right now the score is 30. I'm waiting on the extra point for Lowell and 13 for KV with 10:29 to go in the fourth quarter. The kick is up, and it looks like the kick is good. So we got 31 for Lowell, Kankakee Valley 13 with 10:29 to go in the third quarter.
All right, thank you, Chuck. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Hey, I do have a final from South Newton. It was West Central 56, South Newton 26.
Did you just say 56?
56-26, yeah.
Wow, that's a big comeback for West Central.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, go Trojans.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Chuck. You always do a great job. Appreciate that.
All right, we'll call you when this one gets final.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Chuck. All right, we're going to go from Chuck DeMoss to Jason Hill with an update of Andran versus Hobart. Jason, what's going on?
Third quarter coming to an end here in Hobart. Andran leads this one 24-17. Long drive to end the third quarter there for the 59ers. Drake Bowen had a couple of nice 20-plus yard runs. Setting Andran up first and 10 on the 10, but they just could not punch it in. They went backwards a little bit, gained it back, got inside the 10 and fourth down, decided to kick a field goal to extend the lead to 7 now, 24-17. Andran leads Hobart.
24-17, so we've got a 7-point lead here. That, in my opinion, is actually a victory for Hobart to hold them out of the end zone and keep it only that one-score game.
For sure, because on the ensuing kickoff, Andran scored with about 20 seconds left in the quarter, and on that kickoff, the returner took it out past the 50. So here, going into the fourth quarter, you have the ball 1st and 10 in Andrean territory. So you got to feel good if you're Hobart.
All right, Jason, you've got a very exciting game there. I think you're going to end up having the game of the night. Wayne, did you have anything you wanted to add there?
No, but is Ehrlich, Jason, has he opened up the passing game a little bit, or are they still running it?
A little bit. They are trying to get the ball out quick out on the edge. He hasn't had a whole lot of luck. He found a receiver too early downfield, but not a whole lot of luck there in the passing game. They have been able to complete a few here and there, but nothing of note or nothing that really catches the eye as of late. I have seen a lot more Trey Gibson here trying to pound it up the middle. They've had a little bit of success there in the third quarter with running Trey Gibson up the middle, staying in the drive. So we'll see if that works. But they're going to start the quarter here, fourth quarter, with the ball in Andrean territory. So we'll see if Noah can get something going here in the air. He decides to keep it here, and man, got a first down himself. So momentum still going Ricky way here.
All right, Jason, thank you. I appreciate it. Give us a call when things change.
All righty, guys.
All right, thank you much. So here we are, Wayne, forcing Andrean to kick a field goal, which they did convert on, making it a 7-point game, 24-17. Andrean it kicks the ball off. Hobart returns it into positive territory, and now they're in a position where, all right, here we go. They're driving in for a potential game-tying touchdown.
You're at home. You score late, we'll say with 5 minutes left. Do you go for 2 or kick it?
I am a person that likes to go for the tie at home and go for the win on the road. That's just my personal philosophy. I'm not so sure if there is any value behind that. Everybody's
no scientific value?
No, but I tend to be kind of conservative when it comes to that sort of thing. Because I've seen too many games end on a stuffed 2-point conversion that, it's only 3 yards, but sometimes it's just not worth it. So, seems like we've got some really exciting games going on right now. Andrew, you were going to say something?
I was going to say that I'd go for the win every time. Go for the 2-point conversion. If you have an opportunity to win the game, just go for it.
I'm not sure. I think that, if Hobart can get back and tie the game, why not take it in overtime and kick a field goal to win it?
Right. You always extend the game at home because you figure that the offense or the home crowd will be able to kind of carry your momentum a little. You would think, right?
You would think, yeah.
You would think, but you never know. And speaking of carrying momentum, we've got Gary Graben here with an update. Gary,
well, I'll tell you, for Chesterton here, their second pick six of the night. This time, Zach Corsell with a 72-yard interception return for score, an electrifying run, thanks to NIPSCO, an electrifying run from Zach on return here, extra point good. And again, as stated, the second pick six of the night for Chesterton, 41-7 Trojans with 8:59 to go over the Portage Indians.
What was that, Gary? I missed the Chesterton score?
41-7.
41-7. So this game is well in hand at this point. Not quite a running clock, but we're 1 point shy of that. Seems like Chesterton figured it out.
They did, and they played a very good game defensively here, too. As we've talked about all evening, Portage helped with a couple of turnovers right out of the gate, given the momentum to Chesterton, but they have not taken their foot off the pedal here all evening. They have been full go, even with the second unit in here. It is full go.
All right, Gary, thank you. I appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks, Gary. With that in mind, we're going to go ahead and take a break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
There is something like a nervous system in the forest.
On the next Radio Lab.
How does a plant know which way to turn so that it can find water?
Could those leafy green critters in our garden be uprooting our idea of what it means to think?
The below-ground structure.
Whoa!
It looks so much like a brain.
And I've been looking around lately, and I know that intelligence is not unique to humans.
Smarty plants on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Filmmaker Abigail Disney has covered efforts to bring peace to conflicts around the world, but for her latest film, she turns the lens on the family business, the Disney Company, where she says life for too many employees is anything but enchanted.
When you think about American business and the role it plays in American culture, it is the only place to start if you want to make life better for Americans.
That's on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
I think the main reason why I love Bullseye is Jesse's ability to really ask sincere questions.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, I'll talk with Bobby Moynihan, Saturday Night Live alum, voice actor, and now children's book author. Plus, Chris Estrada, creator and star of the new TV show, This Fool. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, Ben Kolazinski back with you with Wayne Svetnoff, Andrew Johnson, and Steve Schmidt will be joining us here shortly with a scoreboard update. We're going to kick it off and go straight to Al Rodriguez with an update at Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Well, second half was a running clock. Not much went on. Boone Grove did finally score with a little under 2 minutes left to score because we're at 50 seconds and it's a running clock. This game is over. The final score is Hanover 55, Boone Grove 7.
So, Al, what was the key to Hanover today?
Against Boone Grove, they looked fast. These kids looked fast, quick. The turnovers were minimal. I mean, they were moving the ball in throwing in the flats like a 5-yard pass and getting great gains. The long bomb wasn't there, but they had the safeties back on Boone Grove on their heels, expecting deep passes. So it helped their running game.
All right. It seems like just another day in the office for Hanover Central. One more time, what is that final, Al?
55, Hanover 55, Boone Grove 7.
All right,
and
thank you much.
Victory formation. Game is over. Have a great night.
Hey, thank you. Great job as always, Al. Appreciate it. We're going to go from Al Rodriguez to Tim Hogan with an update on Wheeler versus Whiting. Tim, what's up?
We got a final from Ray Gallivan Stadium. It is Whiting 7, Wheeler 6. Final.
Wow.
7-6 final. That was the score at halftime, right?
That score was 7-0 at halftime.
Oh, 7-0 at halftime. So
Wheeler just missed the extra point?
Yeah, what happened was they had a Caden Brand drive. He ran the ball like 8-9 straight times, capped it off with a 9-yard run. Unfortunately, the snap for the extra point went about 3 yards instead of 7, and that was all she wrote.
All right, fair enough, Tim. We really appreciate all the updates that you gave us today. One more time, what was the final score?
The final score was Whiting 7, Wheeler 6.
All right, thank you, Tim. We appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you next week.
Thank you. You have a good evening.
All right, thanks, Tim. You as well. So that was Tim Hogan, a 7-6 game. Not a lot of offense in that one, but not a lot of scoring. But I do have a whole list of scores that Steve Schmidt is going to be giving us here right now.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Most of these games in the region are in the fourth quarter, but some have reached the final, so let's see how your favorite team's doing tonight. First off, in the Duneland, Crown Point and Valpo at the end of the third quarter. Crown Point is up 34-7. It's been all J.J. Johnson tonight for the Bulldogs, 5 touchdowns in total. Lake Central at Michigan City. This game has been back and forth. At the end of 3, Michigan City's up 31-21. Maryville at LaPorte. Last update was at the half, and Maryville has a 34-0 lead. Portage at Chesterton. Fourth quarter, it's been all Trojans tonight, 41-7. Garrett Lewis with a pair of touchdowns on the ground for the Trojans. East Chicago Central and Hammond Central. Third quarter is 34-0 in favor of the Wolves. Cathedral and Morton. This game has gone final. Cathedral's a winner, 56-0. You just heard this one from Al Rodriguez, Boone Grove and Hanover Central. Hanover's a winner tonight to improve to 6-0 on the season, 55-7. Griffith at Calumet, third quarter. Calumet's up 16-7. They got the scoring started on an Andrew Markham touchdown pass to Javin Lawrence, and their last score was a touchdown pass from Markham to TJ Caldwell. Bishop Knoll over Forest in the fourth quarter has been all in, gets 43-6. Aiden Silver having a huge night. Some stats courtesy of the River Forest Athletics page. He has 3 touchdowns on 12 carries for a total of 321 yards. South Central at Lake Station, last update at the half was 22-14. Lake Station was up. You just heard this one from Tim Hogan. Wheeler at Whiting, final score Whiting 7-6. They improved to 3-2 on the season. Andrean at Hobart at the end of 3. Andrean has a 24-17 lead. This one's going to be shaping up to be a good one to keep up with in the fourth. Highland at Munster, fourth quarter. Highland has a 12-7 lead. They took the lead on a Blake Vanek 4-yard touchdown run. KV at Lowell at the end of 3. Lowell's up 24-13. Riley Bank having a huge night for the Red Devils. Rensselaer at Lafayette Central Catholic at the end of 3. It's 28-7. Lafayette Central Catholic. LaVille and Knox. LaVille's a winner tonight, 21-20. Knox scored late in the fourth quarter, went for 2 to try to go for the win, but the attempt was no good, resulting in a LaVille 21-20 victory. Winamac at Culver Community. This one's also gone final. Culver Community's a winner, 26-20. And West Central's a winner over South Newton, 56-20. For Lakeshore Game Night, I'm Steve Schmidt.
All right, thank you, Steve. And there you go. We were just debating whether or not the going for 2 to go for the victory was worth it or not, and we have instant reaction and instant karma. I don't know if karma is the right word, but instant feedback on that concern. They went for 2, and they didn't get it, and the game was over.
That's why you kicked the
extra point. But then again, we are in high school football here, right? The kickers are not automatic.
Right.
You know, in some of these schools, there's some very talented kickers, but in many schools, it's only a coin flip of whether or not that ball's going through that upright. So what are your odds? Do you have a better shot of gaining 3 yards and an inch, or do you have a better shot of kicking it through the uprights? Some teams don't have that skill set, so it's interesting to see.
That's really the point, I think, here is that, not every school has a good kicker.
Right.
And and as a coach, you get a feel of how the game's going. If your team has scored in the first 3 quarters and the kicker has had a couple opportunities to warm his leg up and he's kicked successfully, maybe you go for the kick. But if he hasn't, or he's missed 1 or 2, I think you got to go for 2.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to ride that momentum, and kicking is a big thing that relies on confidence, right? And, we can all say, hey, I could hit that kick. Yeah, you might be able to hit that kick against no defense with no fans watching and no Ben Kolodzinski here on the radio critiquing you, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can do it under pressure after playing 4 quarters of football, hot, sweaty, maybe cramping up. It is a very difficult thing, and I think we don't take that, or I think we do take that for granted here.
Yeah, I agree. You see the college do it all the time. Well, maybe not as much as the pros, but hey, Santos has missed a couple of field goals. And go ahead, you have somebody online?
Yeah, we do. We've got Russell here from LaPorte and Maryville. Russell, what's going on?
41-2.
Russell, are you there?
Yes, sir. Howdy, guys. So Maryville came with the win. It's 41-3. I have Coach Cease here from Maryville for you guys.
Oh, excellent. Congratulations, Coach Cease, on a big victory for you today.
Okay, thank you.
Coach, what was the key to your victory today?
You know what? It was just getting off to a good start. We scored on, I believe, 4 of our first drives of the game. Got off to a 34-0 lead at half. Able to run the ball, able to throw the ball. We were without our best offensive player in Justin Marshall, nursing a little. He was dinged up a little bit. So it was nice to see other kids get opportunities, with catches and runs and things like that. And just a good first half. We would like to come out a little better in the second half, but good start for us.
Coach, you had to be happy certainly with your offense, but you limited LaPorte to 3 points. Your defense must have really played well.
Yeah. The defense did a great job. The one touchdown that the one field goal that we gave up was us on an interception. They got the ball, I think, on the 10-yard line or something like that. So they had a short field to work with. So really proud of the way our defense stepped up and held the slicers.
Coach, what type of value do you get from winning big like this on the road? Obviously, LaPorte is a program that is still kind of growing under a new head coach, but you still went out there, you took care of business, and it's still a tough place to play despite the lopsided score.
Yeah, it's the longest bus trip we have, and you know what? Obviously, they've struggled a little bit, and we talked about us taking care of the things that we need to do to get better, because even though it's already week 6, moving on to week 7, you got to keep improving each week on things that you're just not getting right, whether it's practice or in the game. So we talked about this week being as much about ourselves as playing LaPorte. Obviously, you respect your opponent and prepare for them, and we prepared well, but we really wanted to kind of fix some of our issues and be balanced on offense and not give up big plays on defense, tackle better. I think we accomplished a lot of those things today.
So those are probably things that you're going to try to fix this week in practice, because you've got a huge game, always a big rivalry. Valpo comes in next week.
Yeah, it's homecoming for us. Valpo is always traditionally really good, and these last few weeks are kind of a different thing for us. With us being 5A now, you play these guys a little later in the year that if you do things right, you're going to play them in the tournament later. So we know that next week's a huge game as far as kind of setting the tone, for what we got to do, and we know Valpo coming off a loss to Crown Point tonight is going to be ready to roll as well.
So, Coach, with a big game next week, you had mentioned that Marshall did not play today. Without getting into too many specifics, do you expect to be at full strength next week, or is there going to be some lingering effects here?
No, we think we'll be at full strength. He was itching to play today, and just got dinged up a little bit. When he carries the ball as much as he does, sometimes that happens. And we got to think the long game. Obviously, we want to try to go as deep into November as we can, along with the fact of you want to limit the amount of touch of times that Justin gets hit, and we just felt it was the best decision for us to not have him play this week. So we expect to be at full strength.
Sounds good, Coach. Congratulations on a good victory. Is there anything else you want to add before we let you go and get back with your team?
No, just proud that we kind of accomplished some of the things that we want to do this week and got a little bit better. We got to keep doing that each week.
All right, thanks, Coach. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Coach Cease, the head coach of the Maryville Pirates, rebounding well from a loss against Crown Point a few weeks ago. It seems like they're getting their feet underneath them here. Maybe not the toughest of opponent in LaPorte, but still a tough place to play, and they looked good tonight.
Hey, you got to keep that momentum going, because you got Valpo coming in,
right,
and certainly Valpo has a lot to prove. They're like Coach said, they're in the sectional with Valpo.
Right.
So if Valpo needs to make a statement at Maryville, Coach Marshall understands that. He will make sure his players understand that.
Right.
And this is going to be a very, very good game at Maryville at home, which is, like Coach Z said, homecoming. So
right. Always fortuitous to get a team that's hungry coming off of a loss at home. We all know that Valparaiso is going to be motivated to come back and spring back from this, I would say potentially deflating defeat. But if I know the Valpo program, I know that this is going to motivate them and see how they can improve going week further. It's good to hear that Justin Marshall is not severely injured at this point, because obviously he is a tremendous asset to that team. He's going to a Division I school. He's one of the best players in Northwest Indiana, and he's definitely a circumstance where they need him going forward to be healthy as the season wraps up.
That's right, and as they look down the road, the nicest thing that has happened, early in the season is that Crown Point moved to the 6A and they don't have to see them again.
Right. So that's a good thing for them. I don't think anyone in Northwest Indiana wants to play Crown Point right now. They are pretty much steamrolling teams right now. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Crown Point is the number 1 team in Northwest Indiana, but Valparaiso was your number 2 team.
Yes.
And they're almost running clocking them.
Yeah, that's really a surprise. So, I really think that Maryville has still a lot to go to make sure that they establish themselves and to put some fear in Valpo and Michigan City, who are in their sectional.
Absolutely. Michigan City, as we've noticed, has struggled a little bit here. I know that for whatever reason, they've been up and down. They have all the talent in the world, but for some reason it's not clicking so far this year. But as for the DAC race, and the DAC is the biggest conference here, it seems to be right now Crown Point and everybody else, they've got a full game lead, and Crown Point, they're not playing anyone to the talent level of Maryville or Valparaiso for the rest of the game or rest of the season because they've already played them.
Right.
Crown Point's really in the driver's seat right now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So very interesting times here. It's good to see that again Marshall is returning from injury, so Maryville's going to be back to some full strength here. We know that the Andrean Hobart game has gotten pretty tight. Would love to get an update on that if we get an opportunity. But that is a game that we're keeping our eyes on because it's getting pretty exciting. Also, the Kankakee Valley Lowell game, the Riley Bank show. He has been all over, and he's taken this game over, and it's been pretty exciting for that program right now. Laying it on Coach Kennedy, returning to the Inferno.
Yeah, and it just comes down to the difference between the two teams here,
right.
As I see it, is KV has trouble throwing the ball, and they're the good running team. They got a good defense. Lowell has a good running team and a good defense. The difference is Riley Bank can throw the ball.
Right. And they've already shown, or has been reported to us, that he's had some really nice passes over the top today. Very unique circumstance. Someone who can run as hard as he can as a running back, but also has the touch to throw the ball. Makes it a very dangerous circumstance for that Lowell Red Devil team. And they struggled earlier this year too.
Oh, sure.
We're getting into the midst of things, and here they are. At least the last I heard, up 2 scores on Hobart. So that's on Kankakee Valley. I apologize. Definitely a circumstance that is very, very fortuitous. And I think I had Hobart on my mind because we've got Jason Hill here with an update from the Hobart Andrean game. Jason, what's going on out there?
Yeah, a quick update here. It's 3rd and 8. Hobart has the ball and marches all the way down in the 20. Minute 6 to go. They're still down 7. Ehrlich snaps the ball, handed it off to Trey Gibson. Looks like he's close to the first down. Clock's going to stop here as they try to spot this ball. But Hobart driving here. They're going to give him the first down. Under a minute now. Trey Gibson got it down to the 8. Clock is now running under 50 seconds. First and goal from the 8. We'll see if Hobart can get this one in the end zone here to tie it up.
All right, Jason, we're going to hang with you here. We're going to have to...
Ehrlich on the keeper. Looks like he's a little short.
A little short of the goal line. So how about some play-by-play? You let us know. You paint the picture for us, Jason.
Timeout now here.
Okay, timeout.
There's 39 seconds left. Little recap of how they got down here. I guess we can start with that. There was a heavy dose of Trey Gibson in this last drive for Hobart. It's not really seemed like Andrean had an answer, having Trey Gibson just run right up the gut. He had a couple of 10-yard, 12-yard runs, picking it up in chunks pretty quick. And then, like I said, just getting inside the 10 here with about 39 seconds left. They're still down 7, second down and goal from the 2. So that was Ehrlich there on the keeper on first down. I think everybody in the stands thought that Trey Gibson had the ball running right, but it was Noah Ehrlich who tucked it there, and fortunately Andrean was able to keep him out there. But 2nd and 2 here, 39 seconds left. Hobart trails 7. Seeing if they could punch it in here before this clock here. They reset it to 41. Quick adjustment on the time there, but
Jason.
big drive here for Hobart to finish this one. Go ahead, Coach.
Jason, all right, so we've been talking about it on the radio. Hobart scores here. Does Hobart go for 2 for the win, or do they kick it?
So I'm at the game with my dad, and I just told him I go for 2 here, but that's just me. I don't know. I will say each team tonight has kicked a field goal from about that extra point land. They were short field goals, so we'll see. That would be Hobart has had a good kick in the last couple of years, and it looks like he's going to be short there on second down. Ehrlich's short. He's 3rd and 1 now from the 1. Clock ticking. 30 seconds left on the game and play clock here. Ricky's set. They gets him back. They hand it to him. He is short of the goal on 3rd down. It'll be 4th and 1 here. Clock's ticking. 15 seconds. Hobart, no timeouts. They have 1 timeout left. I'm not sure why they're not calling it. They're going to go for it here. 10 seconds to go. There's the snap. Ehrlich's dropping back, rolling left. He has a couple in the end zone. Can he get it to him? I don't know if that looks to be picked off or incomplete. Andrean sideline's going crazy. The announcer says that pass was intercepted there in the end zone.
Intercepted, okay.
Ehrlich's pass intercepted. Half second left on the clock. It looks like Andrean's going to squeak away with a 24-17 victory here. Big 4th down interception in the end zone for the 59ers.
A tremendous display on the goal line stand there by Andrean. Jason, what was the key here for Andrean here in the second half?
Yeah, don't break. Like I said, that last fourth quarter, this fourth quarter here, it was steady dose of Trey Gibson, especially this last drive. And they were bending. I mean, they bent about as far as you could go. 4th and 1 on the 1. And now they're lining up in victory formation. It's really, you don't quit. You don't quit. And I know Gary's had a chance to talk to Coach Skinner, and we've had Coach Skinner on, and just kind of behind the scenes talking with Gary Graven about this Andrean program and Coach Skinner. I can see him in that huddle, making sure that everybody knows their assignment, especially here in this last couple of plays.
Right.
And just we can't break.
Jason, who was the person who intercepted the pass?
I'll have to get that name for us. Yeah, I could not see. It was right down my sideline, and this Andrean team went nuts as soon as that ball was intercepted.
Well, fair enough. Jason, one more time, what was the final score here?
It is final here at Downhouse Field, the Brickyard, 24-17. Hobart falls to Andrean.
All right, thank you, Jason. You did an excellent job tonight. Really appreciate all your updates.
All right, have a good night, guys.
All right, you as well. We're going to go ahead and we are going to move on to Gary Graben here on line 2. Gary, what's going on out there?
Why am I calling, men? Why am I calling? My game's over, 41-7, Chesterton. Why am I calling?
I don't know. Why don't you enlighten us, Gary?
Well, maybe you should set the scene. You're the host.
All right, we'll set the host. So I'm staring at Andrew Johnson. He's wearing a T-shirt, and it was made strangely by Gary Graben.
It was not made by me. Get the facts right.
Well, he is the purveyor and the perpetrator of these shirts. We will just say this much. Perpetrator. The shirt says Gary's always right. And, well, if we looked at what our picks were, what games did you pick earlier today, Gary?
Well, we picked the Lowell KV game.
Right.
I believe one of us picked Lowell. Who was that?
That would have been
you,
Coach.
Okay. Andrean Hobart.
You.
And then Crown Point, Valpo. Actually,
I think we all
one right.
We all picked that one. So, a pretty exciting week of games, to be honest with you, Gary.
Amazing. Again, you and I talked earlier today, Ben, that we were hoping at least one of these games would come to the finish, and it literally came to the last few seconds. out for the Brickies and 59ers. But again, what did we learn? We learned by far Crown Point is number one, and then maybe we shouldn't even have a 2 or 3 in the poll because it's Crown Point and then a big gap to everybody else here. And then we learned that Lowell, when it comes down to it, and Lowell has to have their physicality questioned, they come out and play hard.
Right.
And then, for some reason, Andrean just seems to get Hobart, at least lately, seems to get them a little more often.
So next week in the poll, you would like to see Crown Point 1 and Hanover Central 2?
Well, see, that statement implies that I'd even like to see the poll. So you're assuming something there.
Now, in fairness, let's not rewrite history. You did agree with the top 10 here this week, if I remember.
I made
correctly.
a recording of it, yeah.
Oh, you did? Good. We've got this documented and archived.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I believe I might have been napping.
So, Gary, what are some of your surprises of the night, you figure?
Well, first of all, again, I think, when we, with KV and even with Munster, we've talked that they were able to get some wins here early, but the level of competition is going to start to change. That was one of the reasons why I liked Lowell tonight is I just thought KV hadn't been in a game with a team this kind of physical and certainly not with a player like Riley Bank,
right,
who is another one of those guys that is just made to be a high school football player. And so I think not that it's a surprise that Lowell won there, but I think just them asserting that they're still not to be forgotten as one of the better teams in Northwest Indiana.
And they are. They have struggled, but they found their footing here. That is definitely something that you want to see from a program, continually improving, one small inch at a time, but those inches add up.
The other thing, too, Whiting, a couple big wins for Whiting here last week with River and tonight with Wheeler. Hammond Central, the beat goes on. And Hanover Central, too, man. Again, the usual running clock game.
Right.
But again, I think the story will be and continues to be that Crown Point is a dominant team, and I'm starting to wonder what's going to happen here in the playoffs. At first we were thinking, could they win a sectional? Now it's, how far can this team go in the playoffs?
You're not out of your mind to suggest something like that, to be honest with you, Gary. They are not just beating these good teams. They are beating them soundly. We have to keep in mind, they were down 2 touchdowns to Maryville at one point in that game, but they were also up 2 touchdowns with about a minute to go in that game as well. So, there was a huge momentum swing. This team has figured something out. They are scary good. Now, I'm not as familiar with a lot of the 6A teams as you creep down the state, but obviously there's going to be a lot of talent. But the bottom line is Crown Point. Why not? They got a striker's chance just like anyone else.
Well, again, if they win their sectional, the regional would be against either Carroll, Elkhart, Penn, or Warsaw. And we saw Warsaw handle a few region teams early in the year.
Right.
But again, I don't know that any of those teams are playing any better than what Crown Point is. And again, Crown Point's on tape now. This isn't some mystery. People can watch game tape and see all sorts of highlights, but some reason nobody can stop them. And I'd be curious what the stat is on scoring in the second half. Because Crown Point, they put a boatload of points up at Maryville in the second half. They put a boatload of points up today in the second half. They really are a team that has been hitting on all cylinders from Jump Street here this year.
They really have, and it goes to show you they're well coached. The players have bought in, and they're really looking good. I really like what they're doing there. So, Gary, we're going to go ahead. We're going to let you go. We're looking forward to hearing from you in about 15 minutes. We've got another call behind you, and then you guys can close the show out while Wayne and I head off the television.
Yeah, you guys can count your wins and losses tonight.
You got it. All right. Thanks, Gary.
We'll see you.
Appreciate it. We're going to go from Gary Graben to Chuck DeMoss. Chuck, what's going on out there, KV versus Lowell?
Yeah, we just went final here, guys. Lowell wins the game tonight, 38-29 is our final score here tonight.
Surprisingly high-scoring game here. What did Lowell do to take over?
Well, I mentioned earlier tonight, Riley Bank carried the ball 23 times tonight, 261 yards, scored 3 times. He threw the ball 8 times, completed 4 of them for 110 yards. So he was over 360 yards of offense himself tonight.
A tremendous performance by Riley Bank, and we knew that he had the running ability, but throwing over 100 yards passing when that's not his necessarily immediate forte is really impressive against a motivated KV team.
Yeah, KV played a lot better in the second half. They had to throw a little more in the second half. They got 2 of their scores from passes. One of them was a 68-yarder to Lane Zander, their last score. But, they were forced to pass, and when they tried to run, Castro did finally. He got over 100 yards himself tonight, Marco Castro for KV. So he ran the ball well, but they just didn't do enough of it early in the game to keep them in the game. You can't just score late and expect to win the game when you got to score early to stay in the game.
How many actual touchdowns, passing and receiving together, did Bank have?
He didn't throw for any, but he ran for 3. He had 3 running touchdowns tonight.
And 360 total yards?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, 261 on the ground running and 110 through the air. That's unofficial, but it's pretty close.
Well, it's always official when you've reported that.
Right.
There's no words as concrete as Chuck DeMoss's word.
That's right.
Yes, for sure.
So, Chuck,
it was a fun game, KV. I think they learned a lot tonight, where they stand, what they got to work on, because you look at who they had played and who Lowell played. It's 2 different schedules completely. If Lowell plays KV schedule, they might be 5-0. If KV plays Lowell's schedule, they might be 0-5. So this was a good test for KV tonight. They've got a lot of work to do. Got some tough games coming up. So is Lowell, of course. But both teams, they're going to have to work hard to win that conference championship away from Andrean, I think.
Oh, sure. As it is in many years. That's a story as old as time, really, Chuck. So, Chuck,
one other thing I wanted to say.
Sure.
It's been 13 years since Kirk Kennedy has coached here. The seniors here are playing tonight were in kindergarten when he left.
Wow, you put that into perspective there. So, very interesting. But, a bittersweet return home for Kirk Kennedy. But, a impressive win by Lowell at home, taking care of business against KV. Chuck, anything else you want to add before we let you go?
I would have really liked to have seen that Owen kid run tonight for Lowell. That one was hurt, and I'm sure he would have got some yards too. If he gets back in the game, Lowell's going to be hard to beat down the stretch because Riley Bank is the real deal at quarterback. Let me tell you. I don't know if I'm sure Gary's seen him play a few times, but I was really impressed with this young man tonight.
Well, absolutely. Thank you much, Chuck. We appreciate everything that you've done for us, and looking forward to hearing from you next week.
Okay, guys. Have a good night, and pleasure always talking with you. Thank you.
All right, our pleasure. All right, Chuck, thank you much. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Huasu plunged into college, Berkeley, in the 1990s, secure and only knew about popular culture and politics. Then he learned about friendship.
We need people to complicate and challenge us as much as we need people around us that complete us in obvious ways.
The New Yorker writer discusses his memoir, Stay True, on Weekend Edition Saturday from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
For decades, HBO has meant TV that pushes the envelope.
They were the original Netflix. They were a disruptor in this space, willing to sort of come in at a time when prestige and television were not synonymous.
But now that HBO's parent company has merged with Discovery, that might be changing. How HBO transformed television and what the future of prestige TV might look like. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Does the color, the taste, the smell of peeling and eating an orange, does it hit differently depending on where you stand? Either outside a prison cell or in one. On the next Snap Judgment, the 5 senses. Snap Judgment, storytelling with a beat. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
All right, we're back here with Game Night. We've got some excitement here coming down at the end of the fourth quarter for some of these games. But first of all, I want to thank Lighthouse Whole Food Grill for taking care of Game Night crew this evening. Oh, man, this food was so good. Looking for a healthy fast food option that is packed with flavor? Check out Lighthouse Whole Food Grill in Hobart. Lighthouse offers salads, wraps, bowls, tacos, quesadillas, and fettuccine Alfredo bowls. You can visit Lighthouse Whole Food Grill at 1403 South Lake Park Avenue in Hobart. That's right over there by the hospital. Again, that's 1403 South Lake Park Avenue in Hobart.
And we want to thank NIPSCO for being there for us, supporting Lakeshore Public TV, supporting Lakeshore Radio Game Night here. They really do a nice job. They've been with us forever. We're really, really appreciative of what they do. And they, like we said, they do Game Night and Scoreboard, which is coming up in about a half hour right here on Lakeshore Public TV, either Channel 56 or 17. If you're looking at the guide, it'll say The Day. That's us.
That is us.
We're the day.
We are the day, all day, every day. So we are there, so make sure you tune in. Set your DVRs if you have an opportunity. We will be there. We're looking forward to giving you some of the highlights here. And, see myself, Ben Kolodzinski, Wayne Svetnoff, Joe Arredondo, kind of breaking down tonight's action. But there is still action going on right now. I am here with Andrew Johnson and Steve Schmidt. And, Steve, what is going on with the Griffith Calumet game?
Well, heading into this game, on paper, it looks like this should be an easy win for Calumet, right? A 5-0 team against a 1-4 Griffith Panthers team. Calumet got off to a good start, 19-17. They're cruising along, second half. All of a sudden, Griffith gets a safety, 19-9. Then they get the ball back, 19-16 on touchdown. Then they get another safety, 19-18. Now, as they're driving down the field, them being Calumet, chance to put this game away, they fumble. Griffith recovers, and I'm waiting for updates on that one. So it's Griffith ball right now in the fourth quarter, and I'm anticipating this next update from whenever they're able to put
How much time left?
That I'm not sure of. But
Three safeties?
Two.
More than any safeties is not a good thing. Multiple safeties is a really poor thing. This game is really shocking to me. What you got, Steve?
Well, the first safety they had was on when Griffith was driving down the field. They went for it on fourth down.
Okay.
At the 1 and got stopped. So
all right. So short, real backed up into the end zone. Mm-hmm. Do you know how the second safety happened?
I do not. It just says because there's updates from the Calumet Twitter page. It says another safety.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is a circumstance. We don't have a radio correspondent at this game, so feel free to tweet us at Game Night Tweets with any updates from this game or any other updates from any other games that you'd like us to potentially mention. What's interesting about this game is Calumet is one of the best teams in Northwest Indiana right now. Griffith is, they're not a bad team, but Griffith is considered a pretty much a fairly significant underdog here.
Right.
And it appears that we're going down to the wire here for Calumet.
And the fact is that they just fumbled. They had an opportunity to either kick a winning field goal or whatever. Now Calumet has the ball. Calumet can't get confident. They need to take the ball, move it a little bit.
Right. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast today that you can't allow a team that's an underdog to hang around longer than need be. Calumet has, at one point in the season was leading the state of Indiana in passing and scoring up, down, left, right, and really taking charge and taking care of business. It appears the last couple of weeks that momentum has started to slow a little bit. There's been some I'm not sure what it is, if maybe mid-season lull or whatever it is. Now, they're still undefeated. They're still getting the job done, but right now they're in for the fight of their life.
And you look at Andrean and Hobart. Andrean let Hobart stick around. Mm-hmm. Hobart had a real shot to win this game or at least tie it, and and Dran was able to stop them.
They literally had the ball 4th and 1 as time was essentially expiring, with an opportunity to get a game-tying or at least pending extra point touchdown.
Right.
What ended up happening is they threw an interception into the end zone on 4th and 1 with a half second left on the clock. That is as exciting of a game as you can get. A goal line stand to beat your arch rival in an exciting fashion. That's a really exciting way to end the game.
I think Hobart actually had 3 chances to score from within the 5-yard line.
Right. So it was 2nd and goal from the 2, from what Jason Hill had told us. So they got stuffed on 2nd down. They got stuffed on 3rd down, and they ran a pass play on 4th down and ended up throwing an interception, from what I understand, on the left side of the end zone. So really impressive defensive stand by Andrean there.
Yeah, when we look at this game a little closer, the Calumet game, the worst thing for them at this point was letting the underdog Griffith stick around.
Right. So have you gotten any updates on that game quite yet? Okay.
No, not just yet.
So we're at the mercy of technology at this point. So if anyone is on Twitter, if anyone's listening to us, please give us updates on this, because this is an exciting update, and we don't have a correspondent at this game. There's only so many correspondents to go around. So any updates would be appreciated, but this is my surprise of the night. However this game ends, whether it being a Calumet victory, a Calumet loss, this game being so tight and going down to the last minutes, seconds of the game, this is my surprise of the night.
What is the final at Highland in Munster?
Highland won 12-6.
And that's surprising. That's surprising to me. Here's another team, Highland, who's struggled this season.
Right.
Munster, we've talked about week after week how much they've improved and how much difference it is. The game was at Munster.
Right.
And Highland comes out with a victory.
Sometimes it just happens that way. These are rivalry games. This is what happens. What you got, Steve?
Griffith set up to kick a field goal, take the lead, 2 minutes left. They missed.
And they missed a field goal.
Still 19-18 Calumet.
Still 19-18, 2 minutes to go.
Special teams coming in to factor again.
Yeah, that's going to factor in again. I mean, this is obviously two exhausted teams playing each other. You are two teams deep into the 4th quarter, under 20 points scored. They've just been pounding on each other. This is definitely a circumstance where, oh my goodness, these are the types of games that you will remember for the rest of your life, maybe due to the conquest of victory, maybe due to the agony of defeat, or maybe even due to the bruises and the deep tissue injuries that you're getting from all the hard hits. I still have some injuries that I still feel, 20 years later. But this is an exciting game, and man, to be in attendance for this one would be really, really fun right now.
Yeah, I agree. Look at the Knox-LaVille score. We don't talk much about that, but Knox goes for a 2-point conversion, all right, just like Andrew would. And, here they don't get it.
They don't get in there.
LaVille wins the ball game.
Well, all right. It's been an exciting day. There's still some updates coming in the next half hour, but Wayne and I need to go check out and get our pretty faces on for television, and we'll go from there. So Andrew Johnson and Steve Schmidt and Gary Graven will take you home. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Watch us on television tonight, Lakeshore Public Television, channel 56 or 17, depending on who your provider is. And we're going to take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
We come across this particularly good pile of junk, and I know it's a good pile because my mom always had a saying. My mom, every time we come across like a good pile, she'd always be like, she'd look at me and be like, sometimes it pays to be poor.
Join us for stories of bravery, longing, and the awkwardness of being an adolescent. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
In Mexico, new proof of a government cover-up in the disappearance of 43 students.
Marines arrive at the dump, and this enormous planting operation goes into effect.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public